Yeah.
Yo, yo.
Yeah.
Good, yeah?
Yeah. From what you saying?
Oh, not too bad, not too bad, not too bad. Just a couple of things, man, to get on with, it due to the little pushback and that. But now we here, bro. Episode 65, 64. Sorry, not 65, 64. Yeah,
Get me the
you get me
building.
in the
In the
building.
building.
Oh, man. So, yeah, let's get these intros out the way and shit and get right into some shit, man. So, yeah. Peoples, we here again each and every week, you know what I mean? It's the OnlyMans podcast, episode 64 in this motherfucker. You know what I mean? You see the YouTube thing up the top, make sure you go and jump on that, check that, you know what I mean? Subscribe to that, follow the G's them. Do you get what I mean? Follows Instagram, Twitter, all them shits there. Yeah, let's make some noise for that, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean. But now we here back again for another week. I'm here to chop it up with my G. You know what I mean? My guy Will. And I believe we may have a special guest in the building.
No, we don't, dog.
You know what I need? We need that was it like the Price is Right sound when they wouldn't get the answer right and they go like like you need that sound, innit?
Yeah, he sleep, fam.
Oh, my thing. Well, you know what?
Game proved too much for him, fam.
Hey, listen, man. Those away fixtures get like that. You know what I mean? You be
You
playing
know
too
what
much.
I
You know what I mean? It's just you gotta take a week off and that. You gotta just rest up
mean?
and that. But now,
Yeah,
shout out to our special guest who's not here.
but he might though. He might just hear man talking and be like, "Ah, shit, man, talking." I did try to wake him up though.
Yeah, nice. It's cool, man. It's cool. How you been keeping anyway, my brother?
Yeah, not bad, my bro. Just you know what I'm saying, staying busy. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Activating God mode at the court. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Have you going
Nah,
back to the court as well?
I ain't been today, but we went the other day, fam.
Oh, swear down. Okay, fam. Saying
I
that.
like it.
Do you feel?
It's a good way to get the exercise in without like having to like just run. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, about doing all of that stuff in it. Like you can enjoy it and get exercise type of thing.
Yeah, at the same time, fam. Full body, fam.
Do you feel like you're getting better each time you go?
Oh, much, fam. Much.
Nah, that's good, fam. That's good, man. Like, I bro.
Sometimes I'll be out there, and I'm like, do my little thing and shit. And like, obviously, the people show up in it,
Yeah.
and they be like on all the other courts and shit, and I just be looking like, smoke you, smoke you. Look at that shit, fam. You ain't got it like that, fam. I'll smoke you as well, fam. Shit.
Would you ever play anybody there? Would you ever do like any one-on-one shit?
Yeah, shit. Why not, fam? Yeah.
That's gang, bro. That's gang. That's what you should next do when you go down there. If you see someone, just be like, "Yo, you want to play some one-on-one, like first to 10 or something?" Yeah, fam. First to 10, half court, bro.
Or something, fam. Yeah. Normal, fam. Standard, innit?
Standard rules. You get me? That way you can test yourself, see what you really say to it.
Nah. Yeah, nah. I gotta see, fam. Because I feel like, it's about time. It's been a minute since I actually played, fam.
Yeah, because obviously going there, shooting the ball, doing your layups, all that, like your Steph threes, like that's cool, that's blessed, like it's good in it. But obviously, it's much different to playing an actual, even like one-on-one. It's
Oh,
much
yeah,
different.
when there's somebody there. That's why I practice shooting, not from a skill place, from moving, innit? Just in case I got, just so I like boom, boom, left, and then nah, don't worry, fam. Listen, yeah, the gun is
Nah,
accurate.
jeez, you'd be like a Chicago drill rapper in it, like just
Just out here, fam.
shooting from every and anywhere, bro. Like
Fam.
pull up and let it off. Nah,
Halfway,
shit.
yeah, fam. Accurate, fam.
Like swish accurate, or like you can get it in kind of accurate, like.
Oh yeah, like I'll say like uh, about my average is probably about like maybe like 60-ish, 5-ish%.
Right.
Which just sounds like it's not really a lot, but like when you're out there,
Nah, that's
obviously,
all
like
right. That's all right. Yeah, that's decent.
it's not
Just
bad.
like, just in terms of
Yeah,
just posting up and shooting the ball and posting up and shooting the ball. That's not too bad.
moving,
To say
shooting,
you're not a
getting,
ball player, yeah.
yeah, yeah. Since I started going there, it's
Mm.
like you get the knack. Do you know what I mean? It's like you get the feel of
Bro,
it.
you should do like a YouTube video type of thing, like film yourself every time you go there in it. And you can almost do like a time lapse of the progression. So like say
Be
you do
like,
it
I
over the
look at
course
your
of like
boys'
a
form, fam.
huh?
Be like, I look at your boys' form, fam. Terrible in the beginning.
Yeah, do it like a time lapse in it where like, you know what I mean, you show like day one and you can fast forward it to like day fucking 70 whatever, and fucking
So,
like man just be swishing them and that, you know what I mean? Like
their feelings, fam.
mm,
Nah. Yeah, but it's a nice little it's a cool little thing. Do you know what I mean? Keep you like competitive with you, but in a like cool way, not like your shit. Do you know what I mean?
nah, I hear that. I hear that, man. Like again, I used to do the same thing with like football and shit, and it, like man would
Mm.
just go and play, and like it's a good feeling, man. It is definitely a good feeling to just be out in the air, just, you know what I mean, just doing like
Yeah,
actively doing shit. Nah, good man, that's
being
good. That's
active.
good.
Yeah,
Oh,
and realizing because you get epiphanies, fam. Like it's just like with anything. Like when you do it, yeah, because of how connected everything is, you start to have little pockets of epiphany. Like, oh shit, that's why blah 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 is like this, or that's why blah 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 goes like that. Because I didn't even know that blah 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 had happened
are there
like
any
last
epiphanies that you can
forward.
share with us?
Just, I think the biggest one I've been kind of sharing it for the last couple of weeks.
Go
It's
on,
like
Ria.
there's two states of being here. There's two like realities, if you will.
Mm,
There's the analog. We're sitting here talking, you and I exchanging ideas. Do you know what I mean? Having a laugh, hee hee ha ha. That's real, right? But
right.
then there's the noise. Oh, I gotta pay bills. Oh, I wonder if this person likes me. Oh, I wonder if this person is angry about this thing at work because, oh, wow, I wonder if, like, I wonder if, and oh, man, and I hope that the people don't think, and then, ah, noise, fam. Just fucking noise, fam. It's like all that stuff is not real stuff. All that stuff is
Mm,
just stuff that we keep. It's like we're trying to hold up this impossible thing. We're unable to do it. And we're looking at everyone else being like, oh, you're unable to hold up this impossible thing. Why can't you
mm,
hold it up? No, it's also because you can't do it.
yeah.
But it's because you're all existing in the noise. You're competing for everything. Like the F don't got everything for you that you need, fam. You're beating each other up and killing each other and shooting, and because you're living in the noise, fam. Them Buddhist monk guys, they live in reality. Those tribe
Mm,
bush people, those people live in reality, fam.
mm, mm.
We this is something else, fam.
Nah, for real, it's
This,
so
fam.
true. Like again, it's when you, I think we were talking about it last week, and like when you try to compare things to like the natural state or nature and stuff, like you really
Mm.
realize like, wow, we live in some fuck shit, bro, that we think is
Man,
normal. You know what I mean? Like that's the mad thing about it. It's not like people look at it and be like, oh, this is so weird. Like why do we live like this? Like, people think that's what life is supposed to be. You know what I mean?
They look at the real shit and be like, "Oh, that's so weird. Why do they live like that?"
Yeah.
But people never had a taste. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if you ever been like back home.
Yeah.
Yeah, you seen what it's like. You had a taste of like how free it is.
Beautiful, fam.
Like, you can feel it in the air as soon as you get off the plane. You're like, it's a different kind of vibration. Everybody just relaxing and chilling and shit. Like, yeah, it's different, and you can
And it's
feel it
like,
straight away.
yeah.
But other people that never had that, they never had a taste of, apart from like when they go traveling or something. But traveling is not really the same. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
I guess maybe it could be the same in the sense.
It depends the
But
reason why you're traveling,
yeah,
really, in it. It depends what the
yeah.
objective is behind the travel. Because some
But
people,
even
like, they
then,
travel so they
yeah.
can show it off. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're
But
not really
even
trying to
then,
take in stuff.
let's say even those people that do travel, they traveled. Yeah, cool. They've like had a taste. That's not that many people either, fam.
Yeah, word.
Most people like fucking. Do you know what I mean? The furthest they've been, Scotland, fam. That's ain't no
Yeah,
different
legit.
country.
Legit. And
Mhm.
some people ain't even been that far.
But some people just been where they've been at.
Yeah, for real. For real. And again,
Mm,
it's like you said, once you start to see different parts of the world and different cultures and just be in a different space with different energy, like, it opens your eyes to that shit a lot, you know what I mean? Like, it opens your eyes to it a lot more. So when you come back, you're
yeah,
like, rah, bro, like,
I
this
think
is
you're
the
both
mad thing, you know what I
stuff.
mean? Like, there's not the mad thing, this is the mad thing, bro.
Yeah, like, but we don't get it though. It's like,
Mm.
what were we talking about before? I can't remember what we were talking about, and somebody was like, you know, I can't imagine like, can't remember what the exact point was, but it was basically something to do with like people that had just like never been anywhere else.
Right,
Do you know what I
right,
mean?
right, right.
Oh, we're talking about how like, you know, when like you were younger or whatever, and you lived like in a less like nice place. But to
Mm-hmm.
you, it's just like the neighborhood, and you're not like, oh, this is a nice place or a less nice place. You're just like, oh, it's the hood, fam. There's
It
the
just
little
is what
shop
it
there,
is.
there's
Yeah,
the park there, or whatever. But then obviously, as you become more exposed to like seeing other things, you're like, oh, our park compared to theirs is like rickety, fam. Oh, their
yeah.
shop fucking brand new, fam. Ours is, oh, right, ours is fucked, fam. No, different.
Nah, it's true, man. It's true. And again, the mad part about it is when you like go even more full circle, it's like those same rickety parks and those same like areas that we grew up in, that, you know what I mean, to someone who don't know, can look all like that. Like, you had the most fun there. Do you get what I mean? Like, you had
Yeah,
the best times of your life. You know what I mean? Because again, when we children, bro, we so close to that freedom thing that we always speak about, in it, that true essence of being free and just
yeah,
living and being alive. Like, when you're kids, you're closer to that. Do you get me? And it's like, yeah, them same old rickety parks, bro, they were like adventure playgrounds to us. So I'm like,
yeah,
we would
fam.
go and our imagination run wild. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's where it was at, fam. How do you mean?
Mm-hmm. Nah, for real. But nah, I think you're right though. I think the whole thing about life really is to try and see as much different stuff as you can, you know what I mean? Experience different
Mm,
places, climates, people, cultures, you know what I mean? Temperatures. Do you know what I mean? Even if you're someone that's never, say, like, left the UK, like, you don't even understand the experience of having, like, different sun. Do you get what I mean?
yeah,
Like, when I went, like, back to Jamaica, or even like America, or I'm sure for you when you go like back to Zim and stuff, like, the sun it's so different, and it can be so much hotter, but it's not this weird toxic like humid heat. It's a beautiful heat. Do you get what I mean?
I want to like run outside.
Yeah, it's not like a fuck, I can't go outside because this is a mad thing, bro. It's like it's just such a natural heat. It's hard to describe, you know what I mean? And
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, man. Go on, sorry.
I think, but then it's what's even more important is like, yeah, you might like see lots of different things, but like you gotta like deep what you're seeing. Do you know what I mean? And then you gotta realize like, oh, so even wherever you might go, there's also like this noise thing that exists. That's also there in every country. They've got it, but then in
Yeah.
every country, there's also like the real life shit. Do you know what I mean? There's like
Mm,
the kids in the, I don't know, favelas in Brazil that just like run around and play football and like have a
yeah.
great time. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
to them, that obviously that's not a great situation for them to be in. To us, but to them, yeah, fam,
Yeah.
yeah, it's great, fam. I mean, obviously it's not great, but like they make do, fam, and they have fun regardless. Do you know what
You
I
know
mean?
what I think it is as well, G? You know what I think it is? I
Mm.
think we, especially in like the Western Hemisphere and stuff like that, like there's this saying like comparison is the thief of joy. Like we live in a paradigm where people are constantly comparing themselves to the next person, and no matter how much someone has, there's always someone that has more money or a better car or a bigger house or more followers or whatever it may be. There's
Yeah.
always something you can compare yourself to and look at yourself in deficit. You see, like the kids in the favelas, and I've told this story like bare times on the pod and that, but even my mum, like back in Jamaica and that, and she said, you know, like, listen, we was poor, man. Like, we was like poor. But when we was kids, we didn't even notice. Like, we didn't even know. You know what I mean? Because we were just having fun. We were just like, we just did, you know, the chores and the stuff we needed to do, like all that. And it was the best time. Like she always says, it was the best time of her life. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, I think the human spirit is engineered to always find the good in a situation, but I think what
Yeah,
hinders that for a lot of people is the constant access to comparison. So again, you
that
know, we always talk about social media and shit, but like it's the easy example to point to. But it's like a thing of, like I said, bro, like from a young age now, where once upon a time, bro, I grew up, fam, like we used to play like Dragon Ball Z and shit at school. Do you get what I mean? Like, man would be Vegeta or Goku, like, do you get what I mean? Like, that's what we was on, bro. Like, and we was in that, fam. Like, you couldn't tell us we weren't saying we were doing that. We was in that. Do you get me? And now we live in a paradigm where the youngsters have this access to people all across the world, and you can see, you know, other people doing this and that, which has its benefits, obviously. But I think I heard someone say this. I can't remember who I heard say it, but like we as human beings, the natural physical embodiment of what we are, bro. Like we weren't built to be as exposed to all of this stuff as we are in the way that we're exposed to it. Meaning, again, back to the natural state, back to the people, you know, like the indigenous people that are still out there and stuff like that. They ain't got their like social media this and that, and they looking at what man are doing in Brazil and Japan and Australia, and they just on what they on. They'll have their own social network between them and stuff. Yeah, like
oh yeah,
naturally,
they'll have like their own thing.
you know what I mean. And they'll have their own problems and their own dramas and like their own politics because people do that.
Because to
You know what I mean?
coexist, there gotta be some sense of order. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly,
There gotta be
exactly.
some kind of like a sense of cohesion and like I guess there gotta be some leadership somewhere to move things. Otherwise,
Yeah,
nothing would happen if everyone was just like, oh, but I want to go left. Oh, but I want to go forward. Oh, I want to go backwards. I want to go right. You gotta
nah,
have
legit.
somebody that's like, do you know, um, I reckon we should go left because I got a good feeling about going left or whatever. However they base that decision,
Yeah,
as long as
yeah.
they're making like good decisions for the people. Do you know what I mean?
It's like
If they,
Go on, sorry.
If they go left, and like they meet some like dangerous animals or something, the people can be like, well, nah, we don't want him to lead us. He took us to dangerous animals last time.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Nah, and it's that same sort of thing in it. Like we are just talking about, someone like that, the leader of a tribe of indigenous people, like their only comparison really is life or death. Meaning, like
Yeah.
their world exists on the paradigm of we have to do shit so we can coexist with everything going on. It's not like he's got something that he can look at to see what the other indigenous people are doing over in that part of the world. Do you get what I mean? Because when
the
that comes
neighbors.
in, exactly, and say hypothetically something like that happened, yeah, like those same sort of traits will probably start to sneak into those people as well. Because again, naturally, if you're a tribe of people and you're in this place and you'll go wandering and then you'll come across another tribe and their thing is booming, fam. Their thing is booming. They got like the rainforest on big lock, fam. Like, you know what I mean? Naturally, even in those, do you know what I mean? But like, they got the rainforest moving 30, fam. It looked like a Nike warehouse, you know what I mean? Like, the animals is working with them and shit, you know what I mean? The monkeys is delivering the seeds over here, you know what I mean? The birds is sending the messages over there, letting them know when they just got the
But
rainforest
them people,
booming, fam.
meet each other and shit, fam. They just get out of each other's way and just go, oh shit, these guys are here. I bet we'll just go over there and do our thing. Like, they don't do this thing that we do, bro. Like, because there's so much, like, what, I'm gonna fight you for the
Yeah,
rights
true.
to find an animal. Blood,
Yeah.
I'll just walk the other direction. There's an animal there, pure, I'm eating. There's
Yeah.
no need for to be fighting you guys when we're living in this plentiful environment, bro.
Nah,
It's
it's
only
true.
here. It's only here where there's nothing that grows outside, and you have to buy everything inside. Where, you know what I mean?
Where it's pre-packaged for you. Like, even that, when
No,
you
them
think about
people
that
ain't got.
conceptually, that's so weird, bro. Like, but we
Yeah,
do it.
them people ain't got to fight for nothing, fam.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
You know what I
You're
mean?
right.
Mm.
Cause it's
Unless
like,
the people come to like violate their shit or like take their shit, then we fighting. Do you know what I mean? But man,
but now you're right. Now you're right, fam. You're right, because it's like, that whole thing they say about like crabs in a barrel and shit. It's like that whole thing in it, like the environment that a lot of us live in is conducive to this idea of you gotta get yours. You know what I mean? Like you
yeah,
gotta find a way to make sure your thing and it's you by
yeah.
yourself and all that sort of shit. And that's not what we're designed to be, but that's what we've been
Now,
programmed into
also,
moving like.
bro, I will say, just to add, obviously, in nature, it's like it's just a given that you'll get spectrums. There are some of those tribes that will like walk around and be like, "Oh, there's another tribe there. Yeah, we're gonna kill them all." Like we don't even want none of their shit. We don't like. We just don't want that man around. Kill him.
Yeah. But I do think there is a nature element to that too, because again, you look at the lions and stuff. Like a lot of them, they'll do war over territory because ultimately
Oh
the territory is where the food is. And if
yeah,
you're here and we're here, we're gonna start competing for food. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
And that's essentially the simulation that we kind of in here. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
bro, my guy Daylight, shout out to Daylight, yeah. He
Bad
was on
man.
one of his live videos and he was saying this thing, which again, the reason I like his shit, yeah, is because he says things that are so simple, but I've never conceived a thought of that. Like I've just never thought about that. But he said, yo, you don't know how you know that school and all that and education and uni and all of that, you don't know how it's a scam in the simplest way. You're not allowed to cheat off other people. And the example he gave was this. He was like, he was in school and he was like smarter than a lot of the kids and shit. Was like, you know what I mean, whatever. And so when they were doing tests and shit, he was like, yo, like my people's in the class and that. I want to give them the answers, bro. I want all my G's to ace this shit. You know what I mean? I've got the answers. Let me share the answers
Yeah.
so everybody has the answers. In school, you get punished for sharing knowledge. Do you know what I mean? In school, you get punished for sharing the answers with people that don't have the answers, bro. Do you get what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
And
And
it's like
they'll be
when
at
you
your
just
neck
kind of deep
talking
that.
about
Oh, sorry.
I said they'll be at your neck too talking about suspension.
Yeah, bro, they be on you, fam. You know what I mean? And it's like, rah, bro, you can't share your fucking answers with people in school. That's mad. Like, how can it be about learning if I can teach my brethren this by telling them the answer, bro? Like, we'll all learn how to
But
pass these tests.
conditioning. It's conditioning. It's the whole thing. All right. If I figured out how to win the race here, and I told every single person I ever came into contact with how to win the race, then there's no race anymore. We're all just winning. See what I mean? They have to
Yeah.
condition you with that. Have you ever met like people that like maybe like or like people that and they're doing their thing or whatever, and you chopping it up with them? You're like, so what I mean, like. Yeah, like what's the source, fam? Like how do you like implement this, or like what's the strategy that you used or whatever? Man, them niggas go dance around that shit like it's a campfire, fam, and then be like, do
For
you know,
real.
but you know what I'm saying? Just be hustling and shit, you know what I mean?
For real. For real. Very ambiguous answers, in it.
Yeah,
Very
because you trained to do that shit, fam. You trained
yeah.
not to, because you viewing everyone. It's the whole point. You're supposed to view everyone like competition. That's why
Yeah.
you all get different grades. Who got a better grade? Who was smarter than who?
And who's in the higher class and
Competition.
the lower? Yeah, man. It's mad.
Mm-hmm. It's just
It's
conditioning.
mad. And it's like, yeah, like when you think about all them sort of things and just the fact that that's something that's implemented from when you like a youth, fam. Like, you know what I mean? That you're in the Western world, that is like it's
I'm from
law that
preschool,
your
fam.
youth has to go to school, fam. You can't just
Yeah,
be like,
from
nah, fam,
preschool, they're
like I
already
used to.
teaching you. You gotta have a schedule. You gotta like be away from home for these amount of hours every day. You like
Yeah,
3 or 4 of them. Why you gotta be away from your home? Why you gotta be away from your mind, your part, dog? You 3, you 4. Fuck you. What?
but you see,
No.
all of these things, though, yeah, all of these things, the way that they work, it's coercion. It's never forced. Like the reason that the big wigs, the big faceless people that you know what I mean, turn the screws and shit. The reason they're able to do a lot of this stuff is because it's out of force. It's like I heard this great analogy, yeah, and I like we can all relate to it. Like buying shoes and so say you're gonna buy a pair of shoes, you buy a pair of trainers, some nice Air Max, yeah. Once upon a time, Air Max were like £30, and you can go in the
Yeah.
shop and you can get a pair of Air Max, £30, brand new out the box, live in it. And then what happened was obviously, you know what I mean, people are rocking these shits. Because remember, people would wear this shit because it was affordable stuff. Like, you could get them. Do you get what I mean? That's how a lot of this shit became cool. Because people was able to get them. What then happens is they see the profitability of the shit. And rather than saying, you know what, yeah, like, we've got a wicked vibe. Like, we can just keep charging £30 and everybody will rock our shit. And, like, you know what I mean? It'll be a dope thing. Like, everyone can be included. It's like, nah, fam. Why charge 30 when we could charge 130, bro? So then what they do is they put the Air Max up to like £150, and everyone's like, "Oh shit, fam! Oh shit, Air Max £150. What's going on, fam?" People losing their minds, right? And then what they do is they bring it down to 110, and everyone goes, "Oh, phew." Fucking hell, fucking hell. I couldn't afford that 150, bro. I'm glad they brought that shit down. But they bumped it by £80, bro.
It's
Like
the
it's coercion.
it's the red sticker effect, innit?
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Like
yeah. Exactly.
I remember like I went into TK Maxx here looking for like a little quick t-shirt or something, and like it had like the little this is on sale. So I'm like, oh yeah, what's up? Check it out. I'm checking it out. Look at the type. It's got the little sticker on it. So I'm like, I bet. Copped that. Boom. Copped it. Boom. Got home. So I'm like, I wonder how much it was before, fam. Peeled that motherfucker off. No difference, fam. Exactly the same price. Just a red tag.
Just the tag, literally, from
Just a red
literally.
tag. I said, you got me. You got me good. You got me good.
But again, we live in a branded world though. Like everything is about that branding shit, and you know what I mean, putting importance on that. Do you get what I mean? Like everything is, if your belt ain't Gucci or whatever the fuck, if it ain't Off White
All
or it
that,
ain't this or it ain't Virgil, or you know what I mean.
all
If it
that
ain't
horse,
that, then
that horseshoe business.
again, the way that people are coming up now in this sort of westernized worlds and shit, like that's what the aspiration is. The aspiration is to have drip. Do you know what I mean? Like, bro,
That's your
do you remember in
legacy.
school and shit? Yeah, do you remember in school and shit, bro? Where like they would ask me, "Oh, what do you want to be?" And people would be like, "Oh, I want to be a fireman or a doctor or a fucking
Respect.
this or a fucking that." Like, people, nobody want to be that shit no more, fam. Like, people, nobody wants to
Nah,
do that,
dog.
bro. Because these kids grow up from like before they can talk properly, watching YouTube and CBBS and this and content and content and content. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with people finding different ways of income. Like, I'm all for the innovation of shit.
Yeah.
But it's like, in the real world, in reality, like we spoke about before, being a content creator doesn't mean anything. Like,
You know what I think?
respectfully, like it doesn't mean anything. And I'm not saying it doesn't mean you're not talented or you found a way to do your thing. I'm not saying that. I mean, if we take away all this technology shit, we take away all this, and we just dropped in the middle of land, and you have to just go find food, whether it's fruit or kill an animal or whatever, you have to just go do shit. Your content creation within itself isn't a viable skill that you can use to
Unless
do
you're
that,
creating that specific content.
unless you're
In
creating that
which case,
specific
you
content.
might.
That's
If you're
like Bear
trying to
Grylls and all them.
diamond, yeah.
I'm saying that's what
No,
all
I
them
would
like
say,
Bear Grylls and them try to do. You know what I mean? They try
but
to.
deep it, yeah. Deep it. All right. I want the society to go cashless. Yeah. I also want at some point to have the people never really own anything, and they just like go about doing something, whatever we tell them to. How we gonna firstly do that? We can't tell these old fossil dinosaurs from the 90s and the early 2000s, but all these babies that were born like after 2009, they don't know shit, fam. And their parents
Yeah,
is sticking them in front of the screens like we showed them. And
yeah,
now we can just go them like, oh, nah, you don't gotta have a real job. You don't gotta do anything, really. You can just be, and everything will magically money for you and business for you, and it will be magically magic. Because think about all these kids, fam, like all these people that are like these mega stars. Like, yeah, you know, they built something great. But then it's like, yeah, it's not everyone, fam.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I don't know, fam. I feel like it's dangerous, fam. Because, yeah, again, there'll be no need for anyone to, like you say, do anything. Do you know what I mean?
and it's
Unless
not
it
just the
benefits
thing.
them making content.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
In case there'll be lots of things that are undone because they don't benefit making content.
yeah. Legit,
Whereas
legit.
in the real world, the analog world, we need people to do things. We need people to get people together in rooms and sit down and talk and shit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Innovation. Do you get what I mean? But innovation that actually affects reality, as opposed to just this cybernetic thing that we live behind. But
The noise is
it
horrible
almost,
noise now.
it's a lot of times though, it almost feels like a redundant conversation, if you get what I mean, because it's almost like we speaking about all this while talking on a stereo app on an iPhone. You know what I mean?
For real.
Like
But then
it's like
how else we going to wake the people up in the Matrix? Man? Can't wake them up from outside. You kill them. You gotta do it from the inside and be like, hey, yo, check it out. You sleep right now. What I need you to do is wake your ass up.
Wake up, Mr. West. Yeah, trust me.
But you can't do that from outside, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You steady shaking them. Yo, wake up. And then just like, man.
And the worst thing you can
Mad
do, fam,
fam.
the worst thing you
Yeah?
can do is try to force a motherfucker that's asleep to wake up, fam.
Oh yeah,
Because
because they gonna
they're
get
not gonna
mad as
wake
fuck.
up. Yeah. They're not gonna be very receptive to what you try to say, fam. It don't matter what you
Yeah.
try to say. They ain't really gonna be trying to hear all of that. You know what I mean? So like, nah, I hear that, man. I hear that, man. Big up to Ultra Melanin inside. We see you, brother.
Ah shit, yeah, let me look who's in. Ultra. Miss Natural.
And big up Miss Natural, Miss
Welcome
Sketchy
back.
back in. We see you.
Welcome back.
Yeah, big up you for checking in with us still, man. Checking in with us still. Big love for that. You know.
Yeah,
But now,
man.
Will, you got any topics? You got any things you wanted to get into?
Let me just have a look at my notepad. Where to begin, Chase? um, I don't know if this is like. It's definitely not. But I've got a question for the people that like. I've a deep question I've been thinking about this year, and like every time I'm like, oh yeah, it's because this, and I'm like, yeah, but like yeah, you kind of do deserve that, but then I come, yeah. Alright, so as we all know, Mr. Robert Kelly sentenced there he is this past week or something like that. So yeah, that's done. But at the same time, Just Face Maxwell only got 20 years, fam. And now, correct me if I'm wrong, yeah, but I don't think Kelly was out here conducting no ring and shit. He's like doing stuff to individual people, I guess. That's still fucked up. It's still fucked up. But this bitch was like calling the shots and connecting the dots for these motherfuckers to be doing all that shit. 20, 20 years. And then she gets another 20 after she gets out, right? And another one after that, right? And another one, right?
But that's the same with R. Kelly, though. Like, that 30 years was just one case, fam. He's got other cases that he's still got to go
Oh
fight,
my
you know.
Lord, goodness me.
So they're going to put him
Oh
under
no.
the jailhouse. But
He
you know what?
is,
You know what, though, Will, yeah? I want to...
mm.
Sorry, you haven't asked your question yet. Go on.
So, right? She was connecting the dots. So we're definitely saying that it's less important to catch the connect than it is to catch the street dealers. The street dealers, the ones that we gotta get in analogy, right?
Okay.
But the connects, oh nah, gotta leave them alone, right? But then how does the problem start?
Well, again, you know how it usually goes. Using your analogy, usually the thing about the connect is if you go high enough, fam, the connect is usually connected to somebody that on paper they're not supposed to be connected to. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
that's the problem with a lot of this shit. And
that's
you see, to like the R. Kelly thing you said, yeah. Because all right, let me go a little bit deeper. All right, I was listening to this thing before, yeah, and they were just talking about in life, right? Most ideas are like good ideas. Like the idea of say like communism, for example. Like the idea of it is a good idea. Everybody gets an equal share, everybody gets the same, and everybody's even. Like on paper, that's a good idea.
the
You see, the thing that
execution.
fucks up things like that, yeah? The thing that fucks up things like that is people, the people. It's always the people. So again, one of the examples they used was like, take like Nazis and shit like that, and Adolf Hitler and all this sort of man there, and they're like, yo, who's worse? The guy who gets on the podium and says all of these things and says, do this and do this, and we need to kill these people because of this, and we need to do this and this. Is that guy worse? Or is the motherfucker in the crowd who says, yeah, fam, let's do that, and then goes and does it? Is that person worse? Because it's a similar sort of thing with the R. Kelly thing in it. It's like,
if you convince somebody that they're under threat and the only course of action they should take is that, falsely, it's the other motherfucker thing. It's the standing on the podium motherfucker thing.
brother,
But
I
if it's
saw
like, it is what it is.
I saw a picture on Twitter, and obviously it's hard to verify everything, but it's like a historical page that sort of just post pictures to just tell you what it's about and da-da-da-da-da. And there was a picture, and it was taken like in like 41 or 42. And the picture it's the caption of it is basically, this is a picture of like Nazi soldiers watching footage of like the shit they do in the Holocaust. And obviously in the picture you see a bunch of people like looking like shocked and horrified and all this sort of shit. And it's like, that's all cool and shit. But that shit didn't stop until like 45. Do you get what I mean? Like that, it then kept happening after that. Because I hear what you're saying. I hear the idea, again, I said it before, like coercion in it. Like if you can coerce somebody into thinking that they're doing something ultimately for their own benefit, like, yo, you gotta kill this fucker before this fucker kill you. Like you can coerce and manipulate somebody into doing that. Like I get that in it. But it's like, to a certain degree, yeah. Because again, this is the reason I talk about like racism and, you know, all that sort of shit so much is because it's important to identify where it's at play so that we don't fall victim to it. The thing about something like racism, yeah, and this is something I try to explain to like my black and my white friends alike. The thing that fucks it up, yeah, is this idea of color and shit. Meaning this year, between black people and white people, in essence, society said that y'all picked a color. Do you get what I mean? You black and you white. Generally speaking, they don't really get into like Irish and Hungarian and Sweden or Zim or Jamaican or, you know what I mean? They don't really. It's you black or you white. Do you get what I mean? And what that does, conditioning wise, yeah, is it makes somebody identify with something one way or another. So obviously, say as like a quote unquote black person, you identify with that struggle because obviously going around life, there's usually some experience that's had where that is pointed out to you in a negative way. Like you have a negative experience on nothing more than the color of your skin in it. But the trick that it also plays on white people, yeah, is it tricks white people into thinking that they're a part of like this thing that also doesn't give a fuck about them. So meaning there's a redneck in America somewhere, yeah, who ain't got no money, he ain't got no shit going on. Like he a loser, he bitch a loser, he kids is losers, fucking like they all losers, right? But the thing that makes him feel superior is the fact that I have this thing that's called white skin and you're a nigger. And they can attach to that and it makes them feel a part of something that's equally fucking them and me over. Like this thing that we in it don't care about nobody in it. And that was a side tangent. Back to what we was talking about, the R. Kelly thing, yeah. I do find it very interesting in a lot of these things that have gone on. And I know that they're not directly linked, but even when all that Me Too shit was going on and all the names and this person did this and that person did that and da 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 da. But when push came to shove, really it was Bill Cosby who was like the sacrificial lamb to the public for that. He was like the guy who was like, and you know, they fucking put him on the news and you see him going to court and this and his eye that looked like he's about to fall out your head. Like they had him looking all kinds of fucked up in it and like, this is the guy that done this shit. Whereas dudes like say the Harvey Weinstein dude, like you didn't really see him like that in the news. Not like they didn't report it, but you didn't see him being fully like ting like that. And it's
No.
very interesting that, as you said, R. Kelly got 30 years for the crimes that he committed. And I think it should be made very clear, like, fuck R. Kelly in it. Like, I don't want to hear that, well, he's a victim too, and he also got molested when he
No,
was a kid.
none of all that.
Like, I understand that, and I get where that plays a part. But once you enact your evil on somebody else, a child, someone that, again, you go through manipulation, or sort of like fuck you, dog. Like, whatever they give you, you got off light. You know what I mean? Whatever they give him. So I don't want this to come across like we saying, well, if she only got 20, then like, nah, it's not that. It's
Nah.
not that. It's fuck man in it. But I think the point that Will was getting to was the fact that this lady essentially has been like a liaison for some of the most powerful men in the world to do essentially what R. Kelly was doing. It seems very strange that this person would receive a lighter sentence, and that's now just the end of it. They're not going to try and get into like, well, who were the clients and who was the this and who was. Now she got 20 years and that's the end of it. Like, that's it. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just, again, R. Kelly's one man who used his power and his, you know what I mean, his platform and his finance and all that sort of shit to do heinous things, to get me, to manipulate families and do all sorts of wickedness, bro. I don't know if you remember when this R. Kelly shit first came up. It was like 2019, 2020 kind of, and that's not when it first came up. I mean, like, first for the more recent time, innit?
Yeah.
But I remember like when it first started catching some traction and shit, and there was a video of R. Kelly like on a boat or something like that. And he was like saying, yo, y'all is too late, fam. Y'all should have tried to get me like 20 years ago, dog. Y'all is too late. Fuck that, fam. I'm gone. I'm out. Y'all is too... Do you remember that, bro? Do you remember that shit? Fam. Or listen, one of the people listening, yeah, I'm sure you'll be able to find the video. There's a video of R. Kelly, yeah. And literally he's smoking a cigar and shit. And he's like, yo, listen, y'all should have tried to come and get me 20 years ago, dog. It's too late, fam. I'm me. I'm me, dog. And see, 30 years,
Bob, what you doing, mate?
30 years, fam. Got you doing up roommate, fam. Got you doing up
Bob,
22 too,
what you
fam.
doing?
Dog. Do you get what I mean? Got you doing up bunk bed, fam. What are you talking about? But it's like, yeah, the fact that this lady essentially
I'm
was the
gonna believe I
liaison.
can fly now, fam.
You're gonna fly,
I'm
someone
gonna
gonna fly
believe that shit
into
now, fam.
rotted, fam. You know what I mean? Someone gonna fly
Man.
into you, fam. You're gonna step in the name of love in this prison cell, fam. I tell you that.
Yeah, nah, this ain't gonna be
Oh,
no love in that motherfucker,
bro.
fam. You're gonna be stepping in the name of setting on that.
Fiesta, fam. You fucking right, bro. It's a fiesta here, fam. You
With
know what I
no
mean? They're gonna,
siesta, fam. You gonna be
bro.
fucked up.
They gonna toss that boy up, fam. Jesus Christ. But nah, the fact that, again, the Ghislaine Maxwell thing, she essentially was like, from what we understand, again, I wasn't there, I didn't speak to these people, I don't know, we just get what we see in it. But from what we understand, she was essentially the liaison to a bunch of richer R. Kellys who were just men with power, money, and influence that wanted to use it to do nasty shit. And it's like, okay, I understand you getting R. Kelly, giving him 30 years, good, cool. Give him more years, give him all the years you can give him, cool, that's blessed, yeah. But again, how could it be that you know that this lady had clients that were doing the nasty shit? You charge her with 20 years and then just say, well, that's good night, folks. and that's it. Thank you guys for coming to court today. We appreciate that. And everyone carry on with life. Like, no one give a fuck what
But
the
it's
client
them
says.
though,
And
bro.
that's the point,
Listen.
fam. And
I
that's the point,
told
fam.
you. These people, yeah. We say, oh yeah, magic isn't real. It's just movies, and these people believe that shit with their whole chest, fam. That's why there's lots of people just going missing all over the world. Lots of children just going missing all over the world. Yes, lots of black kids going missing, but also just lots of kids just in general just going missing all over the world every day, fam. Blood. Listen, man, believe what you want, yeah. But as you look around, you can see it's fucked up. Yeah, everyone can see. Everyone can look and see around that it's fucked up. Everyone can see that people are not really well.
Mm.
Everybody kind of fucked up. I'm telling you, man. They putting them spells on us, fam. But we think it's some shit that we don't realize. I keep saying the language is the magic. That's the spells, fam. All the shit they've been drilling into us for the last 2 years. People are different now, fam.
Yeah,
People
fam.
don't like. Do you know what I mean? People are different now in the street, fam. It's weird walking past people. It's weird.
Nah, for real, bro. For real, fam. Like, again, it's just mad to think in, like, conceptually that this 2 year period changed the pattern of people's thinking. Like, that's been ingrained into them for hours. Like you said, bro, people are different now. Do you remember, like, fucking even going to, like, I don't know, you go out or you go to, like, a house party or a little gathering or something,
Yeah.
and like, people is just around and everyone's around and shit. Like, obviously, people are still doing their thing now. Like, I'm not saying people are doing their thing, but just the general outside feel, fam. It's like one big thing I did notice, like, after all the lockdown shit kind of got, like, lifted up and that outside easing, was just that people started being weird outside, bro. It's like
Yeah,
people
man.
didn't know how to be outside anymore, fam. Like, it's
Well, I
so
mean,
peculiar. Yeah, I mean,
but that's what happens, because you gotta think, like, obviously you, like, a lot of people had much different experiences
yeah,
than what
yeah,
we had.
yeah,
Do you know what I mean? We had, like, people around all the time and shit. Do you know what I mean? Some people were just by themselves until you go to the shop or something,
yeah,
and then you come back and you
yeah.
by yourself. And in the shop, it's weird. It's standoffish. You don't even want to be in there for too long because, yeah, icky. Might be
And they
sick
don't
out
want
there.
you
Do
to
you know
be
what I
there
mean?
for too.
Yeah, and they don't want you to stay there that long as well because icky. You might just be coming around here with some shit. And then you buy yourself like, nah, it was, yeah, man. It was, yeah, yeah. Don't think
And I
that I
think
realized how blessed I was to not. I mean, I would have quite liked it because I quite kind of like being by myself, you know
I
what I
was
mean?
gonna say, bro, like, I'm a very by myself type of dude. Like, I enjoy my own space a lot. Do you get what I mean? But I
Yeah,
understand that that's not the common sentiment among people. Like, you'll be
yeah,
surprised how many people don't like being by themselves, bro. Like, a lot of people
yeah.
don't
Most people don't,
like
fam.
to be by themselves, fam. Like, and that's
People
sad, man.
don't.
That shit's
It
sad,
matters
bro.
very fast.
Do you get what I
We
mean? And
look
it's
at
like,
that from time to time. What's
say
that?
again, bro.
I said they'd be mad at themselves, but they think they're mad at something else or someone else. But it's like, nah, that's why, yeah, nah, it's never gonna stop being you and you, even if you go wherever, fam. And I think this lockdown kind of proved it, fam. Some people were like, oh, do you know what, I'll fix it. And other people were like, yeah, nah, lean into the madness, fam. Let's go.
But it's like that Bible story in it about the guy who built his house on the sand and the guy who built his house on the rock. And it's like, for obviously when the lockdown came and shit, it's like, for a lot of people it was very difficult for different situations, like whether work wise, family wise, house wise, like mental health, like, you know what I mean? It was, people had the different experiences, but a lot of the people that kind of thrived in that period were people who maybe took more time when things were good and just open to build into themselves. Again, that's the person who built the house on the rock in it. It's like, it's much longer, it's much more tedious. You have to kind of go through a lot more of the shit. But if
That's
you
it,
build
bro.
on this, it's solid foundation. Do you get what I mean? It's so when shit happens and shit may go left and whatever the storm comes and that, like, this thing will stand because it's been built to weather storms. You get me? And I think a lot of people were just sort of living life, again, building house in the sand, fam, building sandcastles, bro. The shit looks super nice. You can get your sandcastle all intricate and, you know what I mean? You can do all of that shit. But when that storm comes, fam, it wash all that. None of that shit matter, bro. And I think that's what a lot of people are
The
forced to kind
tide
of look
comes rolling, fam.
like. I think a
It's
lot of people
all
are forced
the
to have
storm.
to look at that thing of none of this other shit even matter, bro. And a lot of people base their whole personality on that, base their self-esteem on that, base like their conception of self on a lot of these things in it. And when this shit got taken away from a lot of people couldn't cope, right, bro? Like,
Yeah.
again, one thing that fucked me up, and I'm not saying that I don't understand it, but just the conceptualization of it is like, you know, people really going through like severe mental health issues because they were just in the house from, you know what I mean? And like, it's like, rah, that's mad. Again, not that I don't empathize or anything, but it's like, it's just, it's sad to think that we live in a world that doesn't prioritize like the the wellness of the mental as well as the physical and shit. And they like back it for promo and marketing and, you know what I mean, like to look good
Yeah.
and shit. But in terms of how we actually live, like
No. No.
it's not pushed to look after yourself like that, bro, and like really get to, you know what I mean, the center of you. It's pushed if somebody's trying to sell you something. If somebody want to sell you some yoga mats or some shit like that, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, wellness and this
They're
and
trying
that.
to get the money out of your side, fam.
Do you get what I mean? But in terms of actual like betterment of life, bro, it's not something that's pushed, man. Because look how we live, fam. Look how we live, bro. Like it's a
Nah,
wild thing.
it's, uh, it's a sad situation that people don't realize. Like, it's beautiful in the analog, in the real life. There's there's all kinds of shit. Do you know what I mean? Trees and birds and plants and flowers and insects and animals and waters and fucking rivers and waterfalls and mountains and all this beautiful shit, fam. And even if you really want to, like, if you really, like, be very, like, uh, if you look at it with a very, like, I don't know how to explain it. You gotta, like, look at it differently to see how beautiful even, like, the city is. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
this
yeah.
concrete, like, nest thing that we built. Like wasps. Wasps build, like, things and shit, and bees and shit. But, like, our shit is like this. The little
Yeah,
brick houses and shit. It's like, it's fascinating to watch. Like, I used to, like, get on the bus and, like, I used to drive past, like, this big field, right? And then I drive past and it's, like, been, oh no, it was like a garage, like a car garage.
right.
Drive past it, it's shut down, it's something else. Drive past it again, it's an exotic sports car, like, dealership now. They, like,
Right.
knocked some down and built some other shit. Some months down the line, that closed down because, you know, motherfuckers ain't really buying sports cars like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
that, anyways. And then so that shut down. Boom. Knocked that down. Couple months later, it's student apartments right now, fam. And it's like, it's fascinating to watch if you have the time to just notice how all
yeah,
this shit is ever changing around you, and yet it seems like it's always been here.
yeah.
And we
No, for
did.
real.
And as much as we might be like, oh yeah, you know, man-made, it's all nature. Because we nature.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
We just figured out how to do different things that other animals, other parts of nature couldn't do, I guess.
You know what humans learned to do, fam? We learned to override our JavaScript. That's what we learned to do, fam. Like, because again, you are so right in terms of the nature element of like you said, like wasps and shit, they build stuff, like otters build dams, like building and conservating places is something that occurs in nature. You're absolutely right. Like birds build nests, for fuck's sake, you know what I mean? Like, but I think what happens is all of these other beings build within the confines of the provisions of nature. So a bird doesn't say, you know what, I'm gonna fucking rip up all of these shits here so I can take the shit off them to build my branch. The bird goes, I'm gonna find twigs that have already fallen off the tree and I'm gonna use those twigs to fucking build my shit. I'm not, it
Yeah.
doesn't disturb nature. What we do as people is, again, it's that set the idea of McDonald's, yeah. Like someone makes a fucking beef burger. The concept is someone should come in, you order a burger, you fucking you get the meat, you cut it up, you this, you that, you fry it, you this, you blood clot that, you do all of that shit, yeah. But the problem with that is it might take you all 40 minutes to get your burger, bro, because they gotta actually make it. Whereas McDonald's says, nah, bro, make 12,000 of them bitches, fam, right now, fam. So anyone come in, just get it to them, bro. Fuck that. And that's what we exist in. We exist in the realm of convenience and easiest for me. And even if it fucks over something over there, I'm over here, so it's fine. Like that override where someone may say, like, yo, but you know what? The Amazon forest provides like almost 50% of the oxygen to planet Earth, bro. Like maybe we shouldn't. And so I was like, nah, but if we build factories there, fam, like our profit margin is gonna be, do you know what I mean? People who just say, nah, fuck planet Earth, like what you mean, huh? Give a fuck about oxygen, nigga. Like I can't spend oxygen in fucking I can put oxygen in the bank. Like when really that's the true currency that we live by. Oxygen, water, you know what I mean, heat.
It's
That's
just
the real currency, bro. Where if you don't have that, you really broke, fam. You really, really broke, fam. And there's nothing that
yeah.
can get you out of being that brokenness. Do you know what I mean? Like all this other shit is just some weird conflated shit, you know what I mean? Like
It is what it is. It's a reflection of the state of the collective consciousness. We're all scared. We're all thinking that there's not going to be enough. We're all like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen tomorrow? Oh my gosh. And so it manifests as this, whatever this is, this thing. It's like, oh guys, we can really just change our minds and be like, nah, you know, I don't really want to do this anymore. I don't really want my kids to do this either. I don't really want their kids to have to do this as well. It's like, you know what I mean? This is unnecessary. Let's just like stop now, guys. Just stop now.
mm, mm. You know what the thing with that is though? It's like a scared animal in it, you know, like you see these commercials for RSPCA and shit like that. The thing is, like an animal that's, you know what I mean, in an environment that's not conducive to its best interests and so lives in a fearful state. If you go in trying to help the animal, a lot of times that animal might bite you just out of the only understanding it has is this suffering that it's in. Do you get what I mean? And there's no concept of being able to trust you that you're actually trying to help me type of thing. And I think it's like a similar thing with people where you're right, conceptually, if we all just say like, you know what, fuck this shit, bro. We're not doing this no more. Like, we could change it tomorrow. We could change it today. Like literally. But the problem is a lot of us, and I'm not even trying to exclude myself when I say that, like, but a lot of us are in a state of, again, the fearful animal, the animal in the corner, where life, or again, I should say, life in this westernized world, this Western Hemisphere shit, puts you in a state of survival, puts you in a state of you got to do what you do to get by, and you know what I mean, this and that, and being tired and all that sort of shit. And so we're raised with the condition that nobody's coming to save you, fam. Nobody's coming to help. Nobody's coming to rescue nothing, fam. And anyone who says they are is probably a scammer. Do you get what I mean? And they're trying to get something out of you. They're trying to set you up somehow. And I think it's because that conditioning is so prevalent, like in the westernized world, and that, like, even someone coming and being like, yo, genuinely people, listen, we ain't got to live like this, we can just do it. Like, people will naturally be skeptical of that because it's unknown shit. People fear the unknown. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, what's he up to? You got to be up to certain, fam. Like, you're trying to get me, you're trying to do something
What
in
do
it.
you
Like,
get out of this? What's in it for you?
do you get me? And it's like a lot of us live under that kind of conditioning in it. So people will find it difficult, even if somebody was giving them the answers. Like, again, I'll go back to my example of school that I used before, yeah? And say, like, fucking somebody gave somebody some answers on some tests and some shit. And they suspended the motherfucker, like, fined the parents, did all sorts of mad thing, yeah? And then they started, like, fucking putting teachers in the school, or like they would hire kids to be like snitches and shit, and be like, yeah, see if you can get answers from people, and people get snitched on and get in trouble and that. If somebody turns to you now when all this is going on, it's just like, yo, fam, like, I legit got these answers for you, bro. Like, even if he's telling you the truth, fam, and he just want to help you, he want to help you, fam, you've already been conditioned, like, nah, this nigga might be trying to set me up, bro. He might try to get me to do this so that he can say that I like cheated. You know what I mean? Like, we're conditioned to think like that. And so again, even when motherfuckers come with the answers and stuff, which is why in the world we live in now, like, that's why they only really appreciate people once they pass away. Do you get what I mean? Because there's a finite thing. There's like what am I trying to say? There's like a conclusion in a sense. Like, once somebody passes away, it's like everything they have done, we can now sort of hold it as it is, as opposed to, sometimes people get cancelled or not in favour or this or whatever the fuck may be going on. It's like, when someone passes away, it's like we can now look at their life and, like, there's nothing else that we can fully celebrate this person because they can't do anything to fuck it up moving forward. You know what I mean? We can lean all the way in because they won't do some shit that could get them cancelled. Again, the example of like Nipsey Hussle and that, bro. Like, Nipsey wasn't a very what can I say? A politically correct person. You know what I mean? And he used to get in like a fair bit of shit because of it, fam. Like, the Alphabet Mafia used to be on him about a lot of shit that he would say, fam. And he was very much like, I don't give a fuck what y'all is saying, dog. Like, that happened when he was alive, bro. And so once someone like that passes away, it's like people can now, oh, look at all this good that he did and this and that and that and that and that, because he can't come back out and embrace that and then say, yeah, but fuck them alphabet people. Do you get what I mean? It's just, it's just, as you said, bro, it's just all conditioning. It's just all conditioning, you know what I mean? And like, once in a conditioned world, under this conditioned state, fam, like, you try to tell people you're trying to save them, bro. Like, listen, the story of Jesus tell you everything you need to know, fam. That nigga went out there to try and help, and they said, kill this motherfucker, dog. Fuck that, bro. And they took him to Pontius Pilate, and he was like, yo, like, you know, like, what did this nigga do, fam? Like, he ain't done nothing wrong. Like, just tell me what he did wrong. If he done something, we'll murk him, you get me? Just tell me what this nigga did wrong. And nobody had no answers, fam. Nobody could say he did this or did that. They were just like, kill that nigga, dog. Fuck that. Kill that nigga, fam. Fuck that, bro. Do you know what I mean? And then he died, and people were sad. Like, this is the world that we live in. Do you get what I mean? And now there's a religion in this dude's name. Like, this is planet Earth, fam. This is where we are, where the motherfucker that people follow and worship and build their lives after, when he was here, nigga said, fuck him, bro.
That's the noise, fam.
That's what I'm saying. But a lot of people live in the noise, fam, and they think that if you don't hear noise, it's because you're deaf. That's how people live their life.
It's because they think that there can't be no noise. But really, what it really is there was no noise in the beginning. You were born with no noise. I always tell this story. When I was a kid, yeah, must have been like maybe about like 3 or 4, something like that. It's little. I remember like asking my mum, like, so when can I like be something else? Because I want to try being like a little white boy. Think that would be really cool for a bit. And that'll be like a little Chinese girl. That'll be really cool. Like,
yeah.
you don't have, like, obviously it's like you wouldn't have enough understanding to like survive or whatever, like, but it's like you don't have all these concepts of like the shit that makes the noise, fam.
You
Everyone
know what?
else was
Yeah,
also put through the same process, so by the time they like 18 to 30 or whatever it is, the noise is solid in their head and they gonna teach you how to survive in the noise, fam.
yeah, legit.
Whereas there's the silence, and you don't need to live in the noise. The noise is killing you.
Nah, for real. And it's like, again, the thing with it is, as you said, if a motherfucker's conditioned to living in the noise, you can't even tell them that the noise is killing them, fam. Do you get what I mean? Like, again, we've got all of this, the stuff going on with like the abortion stuff in America, and all of that shit that's going on and stuff, which I have a whole other take on, but we can leave that alone for now. But like, even with that, it's mad to see the division that people have about that sort of stuff, which I guess I understand. But it's like, what would really set this whole thing like over the top, where people would riot in the streets from? If they told the gal over there, like, yeah, no more surgery for your fam, no more BBLs, no more nose jobs, no more lip jobs, like, bitches would riot in the streets from riot and burn buildings. So what the fuck you mean I can't get no BBL? Are you high? Not nah. You know what I mean? But in terms of like a
So
baby, a
that's
living
right in the street.
entity thing, bro, it's like it's just is what it is. Like, in terms of this now, do you get what I mean? But it's like, again, they understand the climate of things. They understand like how a lot of these things work, and yeah,
I told you I told you it's an elegantly orchestrated plan, fam. Because it's
oh
not
yeah,
like
bro,
it started when we were born. Like this shit was already like a couple of 100 years deep by the time we born, fam. And
yeah, fam.
it seems like they've been either right on time or way ahead of schedule with some of the shit, fam.
Nah, legit.
Like, oh
Do you know
man,
what I mean?
man.
And again,
If you
like, in
really think
terms of
about it, if you remove the whole like, oh yeah, we're the victims of their devious plot or whatever, and just think about how much planning it takes, how much patience goes into it, how dedicated you gotta be to carry out this shit for like generations. Man, that's some elegant shit, fam. It's fucked up for us, but man, that's something else, fam. And that's the difference between we, just the regular people, and the people that are controlling the shit. It's like, yeah, there's an elegance to that shit, fam. And we could never appreciate that because we can never see from outside of being pressed underneath it. But the machine that's pressing, yeah, nah, there's an elegance to that shit, fam. Because think about how deep it is, how like every facet of this whole, everything that you ever interact with, it's infected somehow with this thing. It's there somehow, fam. Nah, it is, yeah. When you sit back and proper deep it, can't really help but applaud them, man. You know what I mean?
I
They
said applaud them.
they are innocent shit. You know what I mean? But fucking hell, fam. It's like chess, bro. We always say all the time, fam. It's like it's like you playing a game of chess for your life, yeah. But you're playing against like, I don't know, the guy that inspired Bobby Fischer to be Bobby Fischer. Like,
Yeah, it's like, what are you gonna do with someone like that? You know what I mean?
or even you playing against Bobby Fischer himself, and ain't
Yeah,
nobody beaten or been better since, fam.
Do you know
And
what I
then
mean?
it's just you regular you think you're pretty good at chess, you know what I'm saying? You smart and shit, you know what I'm saying? Cerebral, you think about shit. But not like that, fam.
Because these men already
He's
have
played
the
like
next
10 games with you
27 moves
already.
planned out from. You know what I mean?
Blood, you talking about moves and shit. He's already played like 10 games with you, fam.
Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a whole different
Can
kettle of
hella
fish.
get to that shit, fam. Yeah.
That's what
I'm
a
not
lot of
gonna
these
press the button for them, but yeah. I can at least respect that. You know what I mean? And then I'm
I
gonna
mean,
find a way to dismantle that shit for my people, fam.
you know what?
And then in turn, they'll do
A,
that for days and days and days and days and days and days.
I have a question, or maybe a notion to think about in it. Because I
Mm,
was thinking about something earlier, and we talk about all of this stuff in terms of like globalization and elites and the them in it, the big, scary, ominous them. And you
they're not
were
really
speaking
that
earlier
scary.
about like indigenous people and all that, and you know how
Mm,
even in those formats, you know, people govern themselves, and there's some form of community and diplomacy, whatever the
mm,
case may be. My notion is this: do you think that a version of human beings at mass amount, so in terms of however many people are in the world right now, yeah, like them kind of amounts, do you think there could ever be a world where this idea of government or whatever could be removed and people and society would still be able to continue?
Again, like I said, there gotta be some kind of like order because there can't just be chaos. You know what I mean? But what usually naturally happens is like people always find some kind of way to balance it out. And if you do something like that, like changing a paradigm like that, it's not something that can just be easily done, meaning it takes a lot of energy. Anything that takes a lot of energy gonna have possibly violent consequences.
Yeah.
So there might be lots of fighting to begin with, but then it settles and then it goes back to the status quo, which is a new status quo this time because the paradigm is shifted.
Right.
And then people work it out, and then people work it out. Because, like, you gotta
But
think, right? People been surviving in societies for long times, fam.
right.
Yeah. And but nah, they did also they still also got to the same degenerate shit, fam. Yeah, they was
Isn't
out
that
really on
great?
that shit
Isn't
as
that
well,
great?
fam.
Yeah. When you have like a really good like sort of point or thing you want to express, and you get like a sentence or so into it, and you realize like, oh shit, bro, like nah, that's not like I'm
Nah, and they
completely wrong,
also
bro.
yeah, nah, they also were getting down with that crazy shit too, fam. So we
because
can't even say that this is a new thing. This is what I mean. But
that's what
then
I'm
it's
saying.
like it's the same control mechanisms in every one of those scenarios, you see? It's like the same, it's like devices and the same like uh gambling and drugs and prostitution and all that shit. It's the same like shit that still be getting motherfuckers fucked up now, today, that is happening now, fam. Only it's a little bit different. You know what I mean? It's like you gambling on your future now.
Mm,
Do you know what I mean? As opposed to like you gambling what you got on you right now.
right.
And that's just the norm. Do you know what I mean? I.e. a credit card. Because
Mm,
that's a bet, yeah, that you're definitely going to put that money back before the time that they want it back.
yeah, yeah,
It's a gamble. Because what happens if, let's say, like, you get a credit card and you be like, you know, I really needed to, like, I don't know, uh, renovate my house or something. So you get a credit card, you got like a low, I say low, you got like a 10 grand limit on there or something to, like, do whatever. You run it up, fam. Because you're contingent on the fact that, like, the next, like, 6 months, I'm going to make that back and give it back. But then month 2, he goes to work and they're like, "Oh, do you know, can we have a word with you in the office? We're really sorry to have to let you know, but like we're gonna have to let you go." Who? No, that gamble that seemed so safe is not safe anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a gamble. We have all this shit. It's just like upscales of all the same vices.
Yeah.
And they've been
Yeah.
doing this the whole. But why though? That's where I get fam. Why do that, fam? Why? What's the prize of that?
Who are you asking that why to? Like, who's the question why? Like, why?
Well, I guess to whoever today, the people that keep enforcing the control structures or
I
keep
think
them
it is, bro.
enforced.
I think it's literally just what you said just then. Like, I think it's control, bro. I think it's we could do this, and yeah, we might be like the boogeyman that they talk about, but this is something that works. What's that old saying? If it ain't broke, don't. If it ain't broke, don't
Fix
fix.
it.
Like, this works. Do you get what I mean? We've done this time and time again in different innovations, in different generations, in different eras of human existence. We've done this and it works. If nothing else works, this works. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, I think it's literally just that, bro. Like, they just know as long as we have certain things implemented, we'll control it. But then again, it's like, all right, I don't mean this in a political sense, yeah, so no one get turned off. I'm not getting on no politics talk, but look at a country like China, right? Look at a country like China. Landmass, like, they're reported to be quite a big country and it's like a big space with a lot of people. But they have like one governing body that runs the entire country.
Yeah.
Now, to understand what I'm trying to say, like the prime minister in the UK right now is a guy called Boris Johnson, and he don't seem to be able to find his arse from his elbow. Do you get what I mean? Like, he don't seem to have a single clue what he's doing. And the UK is a tiny little island with a couple people on it. It's not a very big space of like you have to be a fucking super duper high intellect motherfucker. Not that you don't have to be that, but like it's a much smaller landmass of people to have to govern than say a place like China. Now, a place like China, yeah, where it's this one governing body and you're essentially responsible for all of these people, it's like you have to ask yourself, like, yo, how the fuck can one entity maintain that control? And it goes back to everything that we've always it's the Willie Lynch shit, bro. It's like it's a mentality thing. It's like you don't control people physically. Again, it's not ever by forcing people to do shit.
Nah.
In the most case, it's coercion. And if we can just get you to believe that this is what you have to do, you'll do it freely of your own volition. Do you get what I mean? You'll
Without
do it
nobody even
freely of your
saying
own.
anything because
Like,
you want to go on holiday, so you go and get all 3 vaccines.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, you need them so you can stay in your job because otherwise, how you go and pay your bills?
exactly, exactly. And how are you gonna do this and how are you gonna do that? And it works, bro. It works.
Yeah,
Again,
I
we
understand.
the only mammal that's stupid enough to be paying rent on a rock hurtling through space and time. Do you get what I mean? Like, but it works
And
and
yet
it's
here
what
we are.
keeps people in some kind of order in a structure of some.
Hmm?
Because again, at the fall of most of the larger civilizations, like the sort of Eurasian, European
Hmm.
empires were coming down, bro. People was going crazy, fam, doing all sorts of
Yeah,
terrible
man.
things to people, fam. You know what I mean? When law and
Yeah,
order and all that shit
they're
went, bro,
wild.
people were doing terrible shit, fam. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't think that the world is in a place where that couldn't happen today. If they just said like, "Yo, listen, hi, my name is Boris Johnson. Hi, everybody. Hi, okay, yeah. Starting Monday, there's no more law in it. There's no more police. There's no more law. Um, yeah, you're just doing like you keep saying that we're shit and we don't know what we're doing. So everyone just do your thing in it. Like, all right, safe, yeah, safe." And then he left. like Monday, bro, there will be rape and pillage and murder in the streets, fam. Like people go mad,
Yeah,
fam.
that's
You
why
know
I
what I mean?
said. That's why I said if you changing the paradigm in such like that's a massive change all
Yeah,
over.
yeah, 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 yeah,
But
yeah,
boom, all right. Lots of people would go around doing whatever they wanted, right? But then the far majority of people, because more often than not, is the majority of people would disagree with like seeing, I don't know, somebody just getting robbed on the street.
Okay.
From the like, right? So what would happen is those guys that run around and doing whatever they wanted have had most of the people scared. But when they realize like, oh shit, there's more of us that don't really like fuck with that shit, then it equalizes.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
It won't be a fast like, oh yeah, everything's like nice and everyone's safe and everything's cool. It's revolution, fam.
yeah, yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Revolution, fam.
Nah, I hear that. In a sense, what I'm getting from what you're saying is almost like a conditioning in the other way. Like we have to condition ourselves still, but like in the other direction in it. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously the thing about conditioning is that it's not an overnight thing. It's something that is, you know what I mean? It's like programming, bro. It's like, but you can
Yeah,
program yourself to good shit though. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, nah. 'Cause, yeah, nah. It's not. It's not forever living the noise, fam. The
mm.
noise is. The noise is unbeneficial.
Do you think there's
There's
any
more
benefit in the
things.
noise? Anything there's anything?
I'll say it like this: there's more important things. People say, oh, you know, they talk about like inheritances from their parents or like leaving inheritances for their children and shit. But it's
Mm.
like, why you really leave them is like that thing that you were really good at, and then you got really good at that, and then you pursued that to like the limit of what you could pursue. Yeah. Your kid, whenever they're like in school age or whatever, they're just gonna be able to do that shit. They're not gonna have received no instructions. No one taught them how to, I don't know, sports, for instance. No one taught that kid at like, I don't know, 12 or like 7 or whatever it is age that they'll start. Like, no one taught that kid how to kick the ball like that. No one taught him how to have that like finesse, that touch, that like the thing that makes him better than all the other 12-year-olds or 7-year-olds around him. And it's like, oh yeah, he's very good.
Right.
Just out the gate, just not like just natural. Everybody got something like that that they've tried and they were just amazing at it. It's like, oh shit, I didn't even know I could do that. Oh, crazy. Oh, I can do that. That's cool. Everybody got something like that. And then
Yeah,
people are like, oh, it's so crazy that you can do that. Man, that's so cool. Like, how do you do that? And you just like, yeah, I don't know. I just like, do it. I just, take my hands, put them on the thingy, and then boom, it's done. To
yeah.
you. That's what I mean. That's what you leave with them. Like, yeah, and equally, you know what I mean? All that shit that you like, ah, man, I wish I wouldn't do that. Which is why you gotta like, yeah, you gotta like coach yourself a little bit more. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
So when you out here in this world, and you can start developing all that good shit that you want for you to be, because that's what you gonna give to your kids. You want to give them the best of the best of you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, man. Yeah. And
You
if
know,
you already got them, you
mm,
still can give them the best of the best of you if you be the best of the best of you to you. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, man. Come on. It's a mind game.
It's a mental game, man.
It's a
Like,
mental game.
you know what I think to what you were just saying, man. Like, I think it's definitely true. Like, everybody. has a something that they're just naturally talented at, just almost effortlessly. I think the problem with a lot of people is, again, we don't live in a world or a society that's conducive to people exploring different sides of themselves to find these gifts. Like, I remember
That's
again
the
just
point.
growing up in the ends and shit like that. Like there was like some dudes in there, bro, that were just so talented in just like mad different ways. Like, I remember there was this one you who was just like a sick drawer, bro. Like he could draw anything. He could just draw shit from. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, obviously this is the time before social medias and this and that and all these sort of things where, you know, but it's like, I remember just, he was always a sick drawer. Like, he's in jail now. Do you get what I mean? Like, and not that his life is over or his life is ruined because of that, but it's like, you live in a place, a society that sort of dictates that your behavior needs to be X, Y, Z. And so what happens a lot of times with people is, you know, human beings are adaptive in it. They'll adapt to their environment. They'll adapt to the people around you. Like, you know what I mean? It's what people do. And it's like people will adapt and assimilate to their environment instead of searching the different aspects of life to find that thing that you're super talented in. Do you get what I mean? Because yeah, you couldn't be no like hood nigga out no playing like cricket or something like that. You might have been like the best cricketer in the world, yeah. But you can't be no hood nigga in the street with like the cricket bat and the thing unless you're about to beef a man or something and lick it with him and perpetuate violence on somebody. Like, you couldn't just be have no cricket back in ends, but like they would mock you, fam. What do you mean this cricket ass nigga,
I
fam? The
hear
fuck
that.
are you talking about, bro? Get this cricket head ass nigga the fuck out here, fam. This
I
nigga
hear
think this is
that.
ashes, bro. This is the ends, this is no ashes, bitch, nigga. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you get ridiculed, fam, but you might have been like set to be the greatest cricketer that ever played the game of cricket. Like, that might have been your calling in life. And for some people, like, if their environment doesn't reinforce that thing, they'll just go towards what their environment reinforces, and, you know, potentially miss out on their whole blessing. Yeah, it's mad, man.
Yeah,
It's mad, man.
but that's why I say it's. Do you know what I mean? Like you would. I don't know. Maybe it's because I speak from me and like all I had was just like, oh yeah, I'm in my room. I had PlayStation or whatever. I'll like go see my friends and shit. But like rarely, I'd just always be like at home because obviously mum went to work and she didn't want me to like be out in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
streets and shit.
Yeah, no, yeah,
So
same.
like,
Yeah.
as a little boy, I'd stay inside and shit. You know what I'm saying? And then yeah, so when I started doing music and shit, it was like, oh, that's cool. I'll stay inside. It's normal. And I can even like more so develop this. Oh, okay, yeah. So like, yeah, I
Mm,
see, I see how things can be different. Because in
right.
the same vicinity, there was other people that was like on smoke around me, and these like people that was like, oh yeah, this my friend.
Right, 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 right,
Don't
right.
tell me all about it on like on a Monday or like if I saw them like another next day whenever the shit happened or whatever. But yeah,
They was
fam.
on what they was on.
Yeah, fam. And it's like, shit could have been way different, you know?
Mm, mm.
Mm.
And if not just by the
The thing
grace of God
about
and by circumstance, because I
but
feel
the
that
thing
same
about
way as well, fam. And like, I don't ever look at it like, oh, you know, I'm different because I'm so great and I'm. It's like, nah, fam. It's just I was the one that was fortunate enough to have a different experience, because it could have so easily been, man. Do you get what I mean? It could have so easily been, man. You know, and it's, yeah. Sorry. Carry on, fam. Like, yeah.
yeah, but yeah, I was saying, yeah, it's never too late to change your mind
Nah,
because
for
it's
real.
your mind. Do you know what I mean? Because all these things are a condition of the mind, and then they manifest as your outside, whatever's happening outside of you. I've noticed when I feel chaotic inside, there's chaos around me. All kind of bullshit and all kind of fuckery is going on. But when I'm calm, there's stillness. Right now, Mags is sleeping, fam. Stillness in the crib, fam.
Chilling.
You know what I mean? But when there's chaos, I'm like, oh, shit. Like, yeah, like, the mind, very powerful.
Yeah,
Very, very powerful.
yeah,
And, like I say, it's never too late to change that, you know what I mean? Because
no,
it wouldn't take that long for you to, like, become successful, or at least be a very, very good way towards that. Could be like a year. Who knows? Do you know what I mean? We got this thing of like, oh, I want to be successful for the next like 5 years because you gotta work so hard. But it's
yeah,
like, man, yeah, the first idea that you might have might just hit hard than a motherfucker, fam. And now you out here
and now you're out here.
within a year, fam. Why can't that happen for you? It can. If you
No,
set your
legit,
mind won't let you believe it. It's
legit,
no games.
legit.
Mm.
No, it's very, very, very true, friend. Very, very,
Every,
very true.
every time I always just think of my current situation, fam. And I was just
Uh,
thinking, yeah, this is nice, fam. This is, yeah. You haven't been, have you?
nah, I've
Have
not
you?
been yet, bro. Nah, not
Nah,
to the.
fam. Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice. You're gonna be like, oh shit. Yeah, it's a far cry from the other spot, fam. Yeah, the other
Nah,
spot
that's
was,
so dope, bro.
but it's
That's
like,
so dope.
yeah, man. As soon as I started to like chill, I guess not like chill, but like as soon as I started to more like try and observe what happens up there, I started seeing like, oh shit, every 2 minutes you're calling yourself this and you're saying this about yourself. Ah, but you never noticed, you know what I mean? It's just in passing. Why would you do that? Oh, you idiot. Why would you do that? Fucking hell, you piece of shit. But it's like you're saying that to you.
Yeah, for real.
And you will remember. You won't remember, but you will remember, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you completely.
And it's
Spells,
like,
like you
yeah,
said, fam. Spells, fam.
that's what I mean, fam. Hell no, dog. Nowadays, I just got excellence running in my brain now, fam.
Say that one more time. Sorry, you just broke up a bit.
I said nowadays I just got excellence running in my head, fam. That's what I expect to see. That's what I expect to see around me. It's just excellence, fam. Yeah.
So true, bro. Everywhere, man. It's definitely nah, for real, man. And like, you really have to believe that shit. You know what I mean? Almost to like, I don't want to say delusional because that's not what I mean, but like
But
almost
see, for me,
what people would call that.
it's for me, it's proven time and time again in my life, fam. That like,
Right.
nah, excellence, fam.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
all
yeah,
other
yeah.
times when I wasn't myself or I wasn't feeling good, it's because I wasn't expecting excellence.
Right, right, right.
Nah, I've seen it in many situations in my life, just on the looking back ones. Yeah, I either didn't expect excellence from myself or I didn't expect excellence from my surroundings.
Right, right. So
You know
say
what I mean?
somebody, you know what I mean, somebody listening who may feel in that sort of a situation, may feel like they don't have any expectation of that sort of thing for themselves or their surroundings, like what advice would you give to that person?
Well, I mean, I can't tell you any magic words that will make you feel it. You know what I mean? But I can tell you that it's yours to claim, fam. As long as you keep telling yourself, ah, I wish I could get, I don't know, my dream car, Lamborghini, Murcielago, whatever model, that one. But I just don't have enough money. Yeah, well, you're not gonna get it because you just don't have enough money. Who said anything about money? Look, he can, like, bro, there's a motherfucker that traded from a rubber band to a Tesla, fam. My nigga, a rubber band, yeah, like just a regular stretchy rubber band up to a Tesla, fam. Or was it a paperclip? Some
That's like
stupid shit.
there's an episode of The Office that's like that, where it's a similar thing. Like man starts with like something really small, and just through trading and trading and trading and trading, he builds his way up to like. Nah, it's the same concept in it. Go out and get it in it, like yeah,
Like, bro, no one said anything about money when it comes to what you want your success to look like. Don't worry about what money looks like. Think about what it looks like when you're doing it. Think about what it feels like. Think about the kind of stuff that you do. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't worry about, oh, I'm going to be making X amount or I'm going to be doing this. Because by you thinking, oh, yeah, I'm going to be doing this or I'm going to be organizing this or that, it's like your mind is automatically assuming that that's there already. That money's
right,
there to spend. Because otherwise,
right.
you wouldn't be thinking about spending it if it wasn't there. That's just your subconscious mind.
Yeah.
And then
Nah,
before you know it, it's a pattern of habit. And then before you know it, you're doing shit. You know what I mean? That, I guess, whatever the habits of the rich people are, or the people that manage to accumulate their fortunes or be successful, if that's the measure, or whatever, you helping the kids out there doing conservation, or like whatever your vision of success might be. Before you know it, you're doing it because your brain is just conditioned to see that shit and do that shit. Because you
yeah,
keep telling yourself, I see that shit, I do that shit. But not like in a wishful kind of way. Like you making real, solid,
yeah,
like, okay, if I want X house or whatever, I'd have to like start doing this. Because you never know, fam. That first step that you might happen to be like, oh shit, yeah, it's getting off on a tangent. But most important thing is just trust your instinct. One, first of all, always trust your gut feeling. That one, trust that motherfucker. And then two, yeah, fam, yeah, you gotta like, yeah, you gotta
actualize.
realize that you deserve that shit, fam. And until you
Yeah,
claim it, it's just gonna be there hanging, and no one can claim yours. Do you know what I mean? No one can like have yours. It will just be there, waiting for you to collect. If you don't collect it, it will just be there. Because that's the thing about everybody's success and richness. It will always just be there until you claim that kingdom of yours that you want. Queendom,
speak to them, bro. Speak to
you
them,
know what I'm
fam.
saying? That career, that thing that you want, that car, that house, that whatever. Yeah. If you tell yourself, oh, but you've already stopped your mind even trying to get to a point where you have an idea. Do you know what I mean? Ah, but it won't work because. Ah, but it won't work because. Connection cut, fam. Trust your instinct and, yeah, claim your shit, fam.
Claim your shit is right. No, that's a powerful word, that fam. Now, for real, you right, bro. Like what's yours is yours, in it, and it's yours to claim or not to claim, but it's yours
Yeah,
to claim. Yeah, for real.
that's where the free will comes into play. Do you know what I mean?
Mm,
In
mm.
a deeper aspect. Do you know
Yeah,
what I
for
mean?
real, for real.
Like on that. Because, yeah, again, you literally can choose, fam. Even if you, look, even like we were talking about them people that live like in ghettos and shit, yeah. It's like they smiling all the time, laughing, having a good time. They might even be barbecuing and drinking and shit. Having a grand old time, fam. It's not like they can't see that where they are is shit. But shit. Yeah. We can still have fun in spite of all that shit. That doesn't make it not, it doesn't make it a no enjoyment zone. Do you know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Out of most of those places comes like the dopest artists or creatives or you know what I mean? Like so many amazing people usually come out of those situations in it. It's the diamond theory. Like you need
Yeah.
that pressure and that environment to bring out that thing in you, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, for real, man.
Yeah. I could fuck with that. I could fuck with that. I can, yeah. I could feel that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And it's like again a lot of people who have all of the material things, like say that people would want in life, the big house, the big car, the big this, the that, the da 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 da. A lot of those people they're still searching for them because after getting all of these things that you've gone your whole life to go out to get, there's still that emptiness. There's still that what I mean, that lack of fulfillment.
Because you did it unconsciously.
Mm,
You did it without knowing what you were doing. You wielded a magical weapon without knowing how to really wield it. So
mm,
instead of you getting the orange Lamborghini that you really wanted or whatever, with the exact trim, you got orange-ish Lamborghini with like a slight like, oh yeah, now the steering wheel's a bit red.
yeah,
That's all
yeah,
we got. You know what I mean? It wasn't exactly what you wanted it to be. It didn't hit the spot because the whole thing of it is not like the having the thing. It's the process behind it. Do you know what I mean? It's like
right.
yeah, nah, yeah. It's
Now go fam.
once you begin to kind of, I don't know. I don't want to sound like all like, I don't know, like I know more than I know. Do you know what I mean? But it's like once you start to like see some shit and you start to analyze some shit, yeah, and you understand how, or you think you have an understanding of how like the language works, and you're starting to see like how the spells and how the repetition and all that shit is like it's everywhere and all that shit. Yeah, it's like you gotta then start to realize that even if you like find the good fight, yeah, you and you out there, sometimes you may fall victim to that shit, and it may happen because that fam is designed to. It's a trap, fam.
Yeah,
You might fall
yeah.
into it, but you just gotta remember, like, yeah, nah, you're stronger than the trap, fam. You know what I mean?
Nah, bro, for
And
real.
like, yeah, until all it takes is for you to claim that greatness, and that trap is it's laughable to you because it's like, huh, that's so ridiculous. Why would I buy a Lamborghini when I could buy land in Africa? These guys, Lamborghini. This guy, he spent 12,000 on a Gucci suit. I just installed irrigation on my farm, fam. It's fucking
Yeah,
gang.
yeah,
Like,
legit.
yeah, man. And all this shit, it just ain't gonna cut it, fam. All this, like, going places and being like, oh, yes, sir, no, sir, thank you, sir. I'm so sorry, sir, thank you. All that, it just ain't gonna cut the mustard, fam. You'll have to do what you gotta do, while you're getting your shit together and shit. But you gonna feel that like, nah, this ain't it, fam. I ain't even supposed to be here like that, fam. You looking at your co-workers and shit. They've been there for like 30 years, fam. 40 years. And then the motherfucker about to retire and shit. And you're like, oh, hell no. Because you've claimed yours, fam. And you know, like, this is not yours, fam.
Yeah, for real. For real, for real, for real, man.
Claim your shit, man. I'm telling you, that's the only way out of this shit, fam. Claim your king, claim your queen, fam. Tell me, your inner. You know what I'm saying? Claim that shit, fam. It doesn't mean that you gotta walk around and being like, oh, call me your highness to everyone. But acknowledge yourself as that, fam. Yeah. Acknowledge yourself as that, fam. You don't, it's not like for everyone else to see. Because it's your kingdom. It's your inner kingdom. No one has to know the affairs of your country unless you want to. You know what I mean? Yeah. Address yourself as your highness, fam. Try that every morning for a week and see how you feel, fam.
Nah, it's so true, man. Like a lot of people, it can sound so like airy fairy and crystals, and
And
it can sound like that in it, but it's so true, man. Like just the art of saying good things about yourself, like it makes such a difference to your everyday if you just like continue the pattern of just speaking good shit over yourself. Like you'll people be surprised at how much it can affect your mood, affect your day, affect the world around you, fam. Like just by speaking good things and consciously not speaking bad shit over yourself. Like Will said, the little things, you call yourself an idiot or say, oh, it's so dumb, or like be cognizant of those things, man, and try to remove them from your everyday habitual behaviors. You know what I mean? And you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. We all have our shit. We all have our stuff. You know what I mean? But I think it is important to try and put life into yourself as much as you can do.
yeah, for real, fam. Because most of
Yeah.
the time the world won't, fam. And even
Yeah.
other people, when they trying to, they're doing it like in their own way. Just trying to like, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
show you that love like in their own way. And when you don't respond, obviously, in the same way, or like maybe you might not even understand how they trying to like convey it to you, and you might see it as, are they, being, I don't know, they're being a threat to you, or like whatever.
They're opposing
Like,
you. Like,
yeah, it's like huh? Just you, and it's just them.
nah, it's true.
They're alone, just like you're alone in your country and in their country.
What was the name of Dave's recent album? We're all alone in this together.
Mm.
Yeah, exactly
Yeah,
that point.
that was a good
Yeah,
album.
it's mad.
That was good.
Say again?
I said that was a good album. Yeah,
No,
that
I
yeah.
liked it, to be fair. I did like it. I didn't like it better than Psychodrama, I don't think. But it was a good album though. He was trying to grow his sound, he was trying to grow as an artist. You could hear where he was trying to branch out to different stuff. So like it was a good album, man. I like Dave though. Dave is one of the ones
Yeah,
I do
it's
like.
cool, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
he got a good mix. Man. He got a good
Yeah,
mix of like,
that's a good way to put it. That's a good way
yeah,
to put it. You can see where he's doing that other shit, but it
mm,
does feel like he still gives a fuck about keeping something to the
yeah,
essence in it. Like, and I guess these days you gotta appreciate that. You know what I mean? Artists of that kind
yeah.
of caliber
It's
and stuff.
motherfuckers
Actually, yeah.
just out here. They be like, oh, what's on the radio? Oh yeah, I bet that.
Nah, legit.
And
But
even
nah, man.
mother still, it's not even like, oh, what's on the radio? It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna take that, put down drill.
Word.
Like, yeah, yeah. But then like
And you know, oh, go.
but then it's like there's a way that's it needs for people to like develop it more. Do you know what I mean? You can't just like Frankenstein ideas together. Do you know what I mean? You gotta like have some kind of like a vision of cohesion for that shit. Do you know what I mean? There gotta
Yeah,
be some kind of like a reason why like he used that, or like, do you know what I mean? You
yeah,
can't just like flick through random things and be like, "I click there, boom, boom." Like, nah.
it's like that conversation we had like a few years back about like drill and shit, and how you were saying to me like, there's something in this. It needs to be developed. You know what I mean? And like even the approach that I've tried to take to like that drill sound,
Yeah,
like as you say, there's a very conscious effort to do something different with it. Do you know what I mean? Because
yeah,
there's something that, you know what I mean. And I think it's to that same point when people just Frankenstein anything. You can tell, you can see it, you can hear it. Like it's very obvious.
yeah.
But the
Nah.
way,
And it's like, nah, the producer ain't really feel that like that. Because I know when I make a beat that I don't really feel like that, fam. Do you know what I
yeah,
mean? The producer ain't
yeah,
really feel that like that. You ain't really feel that like that when you pressed it. Like, mm, mm, mm,
yeah. Like there's a track that's come out recently. Um, from like a UK guy with a very prominent UK like rapper on there, a rapper that we all respect their art of rapping. And I'm listening to like the verse on this, and it's like, oh yeah, you didn't care about this. Like this guy clearly paid you to do this. You mailed it to him. Like, you didn't care about this. Like you can hear it. You get what I mean? And it's like, yeah, man. It's like we were saying last week. It's just like some, huh?
send it in the group or something. Why is it?
Yeah. I'll send it. Cause again, it's not a shook thing, but you know what I mean. We don't. The thing here isn't about tearing people down that I guess are trying to do their thing in it. You know what I mean? So, but now I'll send it in the group, and
Yeah.
you'll get what I mean when you can just hear that man clearly shouted you, paid you a little something, and then you did the thing in it. Like it's very evident that that's what it was, type of thing. But it's like, yeah, man, it's just hopefully again, artists, creatives, not just musicians, but in every field, just begin to move this shit like forward in a direction that's not just like the follow the crowd shit. Because unfortunately, there are a group of people that will always be that will always just be the follow the crowd, which is, you know what? And I did want to go back to my Kendrick take from last week. Yeah, this is a good segue because I've been really thinking about it. I don't want to say it's been bothering me because it's not been bothering me, but it's just been on my mind in it. And I've been trying to really think about what about it sits uneasy with me, because I think that's maybe the thing I wasn't explaining best last week. And for anyone listening, basically the conversation or a part of the conversation last week was me just basically saying, Kendrick wearing the crown of thorns thing. It just seemed a bit off, although I understood it. But I think I've kind of got a better understanding of why I feel that way. So after the pod and stuff, and I
Oh,
saw, yep.
it cut off a sec.
Oh no, I was just saying after the pod, like maybe a day or so, or 2 days or whatever after the pod last week, I was just on YouTube just looking at stuff, whatever, and I saw a thing about Kendrick in it, and like obviously like he performed at one of the fashion weeks or something like that, like what he did and the guy's talking to him, and he's got like the crown of thorns on his head and stuff. And the guy's like, oh yeah, man, them trousers. And Kendrick's like, oh yeah, man, and this is that Louis, you know what I mean? It's that LV, da, 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 da. And then the guy's like, oh, yo, like, the crown of thorns, man, like, yo, how much that shit cost? And then, like, a guy that stood next to Kendrick sort of, like, shouts out, like, yo, 3? And he's like, what do you mean? It's like, yo, 3 million? And then Kendrick just like starts laughing in it, and everyone just starts like, it's like, oh shit, like it's like, oh shit, it cost 2 mil. But I realized what it was that didn't sit easy with me. I don't know if you've ever heard the term gay for pay, but what it essentially speaks to is like, you know, girls that say do like OnlyFans and shit like that. It's basically, you know, girls that are willing to do like lesbian-y shit or things with other girls because of clout or money or this or that. And they're not really on that, but they'll do it because there's a check attached to it. The Kendrick thing, what it kind of feels like, it feels like it feels very savior for promo. I think that's the thing that is sitting unwell with me. But I have another side to that perspective too. But I think the thing and I'm not saying this is what it is and this is what he's doing. This is just my own perspective. But it just kind of feels like he's embracing this savior thing, this Jesus imagery for the promotion of his latest album. That's what doesn't sit right with me. I'm not saying he shouldn't do it. I'm not saying he's wrong for doing it. And I'm not saying that I don't understand. I'm just saying again, for me, what I realized about Kendrick is the power that I believe he had was that he never embraced that side of the shit. Even though we all know that like TD and them, they're meticulous, they're very planning and very cunning and shit like that. Like the image that he presented to the world was, I'm not about that. That's not really what I'm on. Like I'm here to try and say something. And that's like, that was the thing that gave him his superpower. Because when people listen to Kendrick, they listen to him for answers. Do you know what I mean? Like people go to Kendrick or people went to Kendrick to try and hear, like they wanted to hear him speak about the state of the world type of thing. And the whole thing with the crown of thorns and all that, it just feels very, I'm the savior for this album in it. Like it just feels very promo run-ish. It feels very
I said,
Facebook.
yo, I'm the savior for this album.
Like it just feels very like Facebook ads-ish. Like it just feels like a campaign run. Do you get what I mean? And like, again, I'm not saying that he shouldn't do that. And I'm not even mad at someone like Kendrick maybe trying to change the paradigm of the shit that people flex about. You know what I mean? It's like if we can get people to start flexing about doper shit, like, yo, fam, I just went down to the fucking children's center and just dropped 5 M's. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not mad at that as a paradigm shifter where people, to get clout, do things that help other people. I'm not mad at that. But it really doesn't sit well with me that it just feels like he's being Jesus for promo, fam. Like it's just a bit weird to me. I'm like, it's just, and I only say that because I listen to the album and stuff, and music is subjective. Everyone has their own opinions. Again, my opinion doesn't make me right. It's just the opinion that I have at the moment. But he didn't say that much on this album to be walking around like Jesus, bro. I'm sorry, fam. Like I love Kendrick Lamar in it. I do. You know, if he did this around the To Pimp a Butterfly time, it would make more sense to me. And it's not about it making sense to me. I get that in it. I'm not that ignorant and stuff. But the To Pimp a Butterfly, you saw a literal sacrifice of the typical commercial success where someone said, yo, I'm going to make something that speaks to the time now. I'm going to make something that speaks to the people. Like, yes, I'm me. Yes, I'm Kendrick. I got this buzz and I could do all of this shit. But this album, I'm going to do this to speak to the people. And because that was the energy that went into it, like you feel that shit when you hear it. Like you said before, like how much a dollar costs. Like when you listen to that shit, bro, like it gives you goosebumps, fam. Like your spirit hears it. Do you get what I mean? And the more that I've kind of just looked at, you know, Kendrick and the scope of his career, it feels as though all right, this is where we're gonna get into like how artists look at like artists doing shit, right? Kendrick, Drake, Cole. For the longest time, they were the three guys that people in the hip hop culture sort of unanimously said, like, listen, whoever your favorite is out of these guys, these are the guys. It's these guys in it. They're the ones complete 1A, 1B, and 1C. Wherever you put them is where you put them, but it's them in it. Very early on, Drake made the decision, I'm going to go commercial, I'm going to go pop, I'm going to do the shit that plays in the clubs, I'm going to be that guy. Fuck it, that's what I'm on. Kendrick kind of went in the direction of, again, the more conscious rapper, the more saying something of substance and substance, and you know what I mean, like more so speaking to the times. And J. Cole, I guess, seemingly went a bit more of the backpack route, where it was like, listen, I'm not trying to be nobody's savior, but I'm also not on that shit either. Like, I'm just on this type of thing. What it feels like there's been a very conscious effort to do, especially from Kendrick after this like last album. If you look at this album and you look at his previous album, which was Damn was definitely a conscious effort to make a commercially viable and a commercially friendly album that still exists in the realm of Kendrick Lamar. So it wasn't just him getting into his full artistic bag. It was like, all right, I want to do me, but I want to do me so that it can chart and it can play in places. Do you get what I mean? And I think he did a really good job of that. Like, I think he executed the album very well.
That shit plays
You get what
backwards and forwards.
Nah, for real, like he did it very, very well, and I wasn't mad at that album at all. But I am aware that you have tried to make a project that's a lot more commercially acceptable. This recent one, how can I explain what I'm trying to say? You were never into Dragon Ball Z, were you? Fuck's sake.
Well, I was, but I never got
Yeah.
to watch it.
I'll use the analogy anyway. Yeah, in Dragon Ball Z, you know who Cell is, like the bad guy Cell in it,
Yeah,
the green guy with the shit on
yeah,
his head and whatnot. In the Cell saga, it basically like came about that this guy Cell was like the most powerful warrior, and he wanted to fight all the most powerful warriors in it, and so he created like the Cell games. And it's like, yo, the man that's on the wickedest shit have to come and fight me at this thing in it. And there's a character in the show called Hercule, and he's basically like the celebrity fighter guy. So the world that all these Dragon Ball Z people live in, like the world looks at this guy like he's the motherfucking guy. Like he'll fuck up anybody and da 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 da. And like, because again, he's kind of just like an action hero thing. So he goes to the Cell games, but obviously he's a human in it. He's not like a Saiyan, and he's not this thing. So he just gets like Cell just flicks him like an insect, and he goes flying. Do you get what I mean? But I say all of that to say this, yeah. This late Kendrick thing to me, it kind of feels like he's being Hercule when Kendrick's greatest power is being Goku. The thing about Goku, which makes him such a lovable character, is that Goku's whole thing isn't about look at me and I'm this and I'm that. He just wants to get as strong as he can get, and if any bad guys come and they threaten in planet Earth, I'm gonna back planet Earth. Like I'm gonna back the people. Them. I'm not gonna let nobody fuck up this place. Like that's what I'm on. Kendrick's greatest power was being that, because anytime he did that, he was unfuckwithable. Like Kendrick was the guy who didn't need to make commercial albums because he's Kendrick, and when he speaks, you fucking listen because he has something to say. Like that was his power. This last shit, like just, and I know that this can sound like hate. I'm trying to be very careful. Like this isn't hate in it. Like this isn't me wishing that I was in his position or nothing like that. It's just hearing Kendrick Lamar be like, yeah, you know what I mean? It's got the Louis on, you know what I mean? Yeah, this is Louis V and that. And yeah, you know, the crown, 3 million. It's just a bit like, dog, this isn't why we love you, bro. This isn't why we love you. This isn't why. And the two latest projects that you've dropped, you've not said anything to warrant almost masquerading around as Jesus. Like, you've not said anything Jesus-esque on any of these albums to have this be the promo run. Like I said, bro, if he came on this album and he was really, because there's shit to talk about, fam. Listen, I sent you the Law Smoke 2 fucking drafting to, you know, like, there's shit to talk about and say, fam. There are things going on to talk about, bro. And Kendrick didn't really speak about any of them. He's not obligated to. He doesn't have to. It's fine. But he didn't. So it's just weird to pick now to be like, yeah, I'm going to masquerade as the savior. Because this isn't like a savior album. You know what I mean? It's more of like, oh, rah, you know what I mean? The world is mad. It's changed since lockdown. And here are some of the things that I dealt with as a child. And I mean that respectfully. I'm not trying to minimize man's album or nothing, but there was nothing on there where if you're looking... Well, see, I don't even want to say that because that's just my perspective, but as somebody who tries to understand as much as I can about life and people, all these sort of things, like, again, I don't go to Kendrick to tell me shit I don't know, but I go to Kendrick for his introspection and his insight on certain things. Because the great thing about thinkers is they can talk about something that you've heard someone talk about 1,000 times, and their insight and perspective on it can just, like, open your mind in so many different ways. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, listening to the shit, it's like, in the most respectful way, but he's not saying anything. Like, he's not, for a Kendrick album, for the guy who made his career on saying something, he's not really saying anything. But that's my perspective. That's just me. I'm not dissing Kendrick, you know what I mean? It's just, I think that's why it sits uneasy with me. It just feels very promo runish. And it's like, the fact that you were someone that people genuinely did almost look at in that kind of Messiah-like way, for you to use that as the promo run for this album, it feels contrived, if I'm being honest.
Maybe
It just
he doing
feels
a me.
contrived. Say again?
Maybe he doing a me for him.
What do
Yeah,
you
I
mean?
said it. Yeah, I
What
said
do you
it.
mean?
You know, like when I talk to people, and maybe sometimes like a third of the way through what I'm saying, they'd be like, nah, I don't get it. What do you mean?
Okay.
Do you know, like that?
Okay.
Maybe he's like, yeah, maybe he like speaking in code to himself.
And I just don't get it. Maybe.
Not like in the like, oh, you just don't get it kind of way, but it's like, I
I
don't
haven't
know. Yeah,
deciphered
maybe,
it.
I don't know. Maybe man's just somewhere else in his mind, and then like, yeah, it just makes sense with the imagery of the. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? That's just human beings doing
Again, man,
stuff.
like, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad that if you're gonna ice anything out, you iced out a crown of thorns. Like, I think that's quite innovative. I think that's like a really cool, different thing to do. Like, I've not seen anyone do that in this kind of hip hop space. Like, I fuck with the innovation of it. It's just, how can I maybe better explain? Secret Life of Will, recording artist, great. If you haven't listened to him, find his shit on Spotify, YouTube, Apple Music, Tidal, all the places you can hear shit, right? It's phenomenal. Secret Life of Will, you know what I mean, makes a lot of like melodic shit, like beautiful, like melodic shit that speaks to the soul, you know what I mean, from the roots and that. Now, imagine, you know, people listen to your stuff and that's what they get from you, and they kind of go for you for that soul kind of vibe and that eclectic thing, and that's what, you know what I mean, people are sort of drawn to your sound for. Now, if you release like a full grime album, let's say, upbeat, 140 BPM all the way through. It's just hard drums and snares and da 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 da. And you release that project, and it's good, and it's a good project, but you're rolling the project out behind this, like, yeah, I'm the melodic, like, vibe guy, man. Like, yeah, you can catch me on that. Like, I'm not saying that you can't do that, but I would probably say to you, this might not be the project to do that with, because people actually look at you like that. So if you're going to do something different, it may be better to just do something different, because it just almost could seem contradictory. But then you could say to me, Drizz, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. Like, this shit is just an extension of the sound that you know what I mean? So I'm happy to say that maybe I just can't decipher it, but it just seems, it don't sit right with my spirit. There's just something about it that every time I see it, it just feels awkward. You know what I mean?
I think it's designed to do this right now.
Fair
That was
enough.
the whole point.
Fair enough.
You know what I mean?
But even
Because
that
there'll
would
be
be
lots of
even that
people
would be
that
on
will be
cheap
like,
though.
"Oh, Kendrick was wearing the Crown of Thorns. What's happening? Oh, the album. Let's go check out the album."
But that's what I'm saying though. Even if that is the point, I'm not
And
mad
it
at
might
that
not. And
being
it
the
might.
point.
You gotta remember also that this is an artist with a contract thing, to a label that's signed to a label.
Well, a new contract now. He's got his own thing in it, because this isn't under TDE. It's his PG Lang
Yeah,
thing in it.
he's doing his own thing now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
So it
that's
again. It's
okay.
like, even if the point was to get conversation and stuff going, I understand that as a marketing tool. I get why that's important, but Kendrick doing that just feels cheap. Again, I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm not saying he shouldn't. It's just, damn. Like, the reason man fucked with you is because you weren't this. Like, that's why. But you have to remember, bro, Kendrick hasn't always been popping, fam. Like, J Rock was the lead artist of TDE for about 7 years, bro. Like, people don't really know that because, you know, I mean, recency bias and shit. But
Yeah.
Kendrick Lamar was J Rock's hype man for almost a decade, bro. Like, Kendrick hasn't always been the guy. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, the fact that someone like you went through the process of being not the guy and you stuck to your guns. Remember the LA scene back then, it was a lot of that gangbanger shit, Bloods, Crips. Like, if you weren't jacking that shit, like, nobody was trying to hear no conscious nigga from LA, bro. Nobody gave a fuck. That's why Kendrick shit didn't pop for a long time, because nobody gave a fuck about none of that conscious shit. But what was so dope about him is that you can go back and do the Googles and shit, and you can be like, rah, he been on this from time. Like, this is what he been on. That's what helped accelerate his shit. Is that when people did their checks on him, they're like, rah, he's been this nigga from the beginning, this nigga who's trying to say something. And it just feels awkward that it could almost come across like he's got to a position and he's not as concerned about saying something. If that's his story, that's his right, and we applaud him and we happy for him, we proud of him. It's just, I don't know, man. I think
Yeah.
I think there are just certain people who, and I'm not going to say Kendrick is or isn't one of these people, but I just think
You know what it
certain
is?
people. Go on.
I think you expected better of him.
You know what, man? I try not to go into any album with expectations. Like, I genuinely try to listen
Nah,
to
but
any
like
new music
obviously,
open minded. You know what I mean?
like if there's comparison, then there's a bit of expectation there. Do you know what I mean?
I think I was expecting him to really talk about something, and I don't want to
That's why.
minimize what he did speak about. I don't want to minimize it like it wasn't important, but I feel like a time like now where the world is actively and visibly in a chaotic state, a voice like Kendrick Lamar's, like the gravity that his voice holds, like I felt like
Yeah,
this
you
album.
expected better. Exactly, you expected
But I don't
better.
want to say
That's
better. But I don't
basically.
want to say better though, because even that isn't
Yeah,
right for me to
no,
say. Like, you can't
not better like better music, not better like better music, but you just thought that like as a person that would obviously usually say some shit, you thought that he'd say some shit, but he didn't. You expected it better of him.
You know what, Will? You know, as you just said that, you know, I think it just hit me. I think that
Right?
when you do music and shit, yeah, and when you know have involvements with, say, the music industry or work adjacent to the music industry in any kind of way, you realize that a lot of this shit is just for show. A lot of this stuff is customer facing, and nothing is what it seems. And I think, you know, many of us can say that there are a handful of artists who we look at and we love them because we're like, yeah, you really seem to be this person that you present as. Do you know what I mean? Like, you really seem to be about this that you show the world. And I think maybe what it is for me is seeing this last rollout and combining that with obviously the commercialization of the Damn album and stuff and all that. It kind of feels like, rah, maybe you're not the nigga that I thought you were in terms of caring about this shit maybe the way that I would want you to. Now, that might be selfish from a fan perspective. I completely understand that. But I think, as I'm seeing,
it's still meticulously put together. Like, it's not like it's bad. And
none
it's
of
not
my
like it's
complaints, like
technically.
none of my complaints or feedback are in regards to the quality of the music, because again, like, it's not an album that I'm really going to go back to. But objectively, I can say it's a good album. Like, the music is put together well. Like, it's structured dope. Like, he's tried different things. Like, you can see the musical artisticness of what he's done. Like, his raps is up. He rapping on the shit. Like, yeah. It's just, I think maybe in a selfish fan way, I've always looked at Kendrick as the guy who, no matter how high up they push him, he's always going to be the one that's actually willing to say something. Because up until very recently, and again, Kendrick's star has been up for a little minute now, but like every time he ascended and ascended and ascended, all he kept doing was using his ascension to speak to the people. Do you get what I mean? And I think maybe on this one, just for me, not necessarily for anybody else, but just for me, it kind of felt a lot less of that. This album didn't really feel like it was for the people. It felt like I don't want to say a self-serving thing, but maybe just an expression of, as you said, where maybe he's at in his own self, which is fine, which isn't a problem. But again, this brings me back to the thing that I was saying. It's just putting the Messiah imagery behind that, if that's the case, is just odd to me from someone like Kendrick. Because it can almost seem, it can almost seem clouty. If I was more ignorant, I could probably make a point that it's a little bit clouty. I won't do that because I respect what Kendrick has given the world already. And just because I don't necessarily agree, it's like the Kanye shit when he was carrying on with his trippiness. It's like, just because I don't agree with how he's currently moving, it doesn't discredit what he's done. Do you get what I mean? So I won't say that about Kendrick, but for me personally, this comes across as the first time where you could really say that Kendrick is doing something that could be potentially viewed as clouty. I can't really recall too many other points in his career where he's done something where it's come across like that. Even if that was the move, they're very meticulous in how they do shit to ensure that it doesn't come across that way. And this just doesn't feel as meticulous. It just feels like the nigga's just walking around with a Jesus crown on, bro. Like,
See,
sorry,
that's what I mean. That's what I'm trying to say, fam. You expected better from the nigga. That's you from a fan perspective, right? You expected the nigga to say a bit more shit about the shit that's out here. Do you know what I mean? You wanted man to speak for us again. Because obviously man's back out and he speak for us. Right? In essence.
In essence, yeah.
But even
It's just
Drizz
like,
had to go away and do his own thing for some time, fam. And came back later, fam, like, oh, well, go on you, man. Yeah, nah, I've just gone up to do this thing for a bit. Yeah, I'm back now.
nah, you did. You're right. You're absolutely right. Like,
So maybe
but
that
that's what
might
I'm
be the
saying.
detour.
But that's what I'm
Anytime.
saying to that point. And I don't want to get into the minutiae of it, but I'm saying even with that, at least in the story of Jesus, he went away and then came back like, yeah, I was away. He didn't go away and then masquerade as the Messiah while he wasn't doing Messiah-y shit. Do you get what I mean? It's
True.
like once he was back on what he was on his Dean. And it's just, like I said, the only, I don't want to say issue, but the only thing that just doesn't sit right is just, this just isn't the album for that. Like this, it, have you listened to the album? Have you heard it?
Not properly still.
You know what would be
Not
dope? And
properly.
I'm not saying to do this for next week. I don't want to put no time frames on it. But at some point, just listen to the album. Just listen to it, and then we'll have a deeper conversation. Because again, I think it's a dope album. I think the subjects he speaks about on there are really good. Like I'm not taking away from that. It's just a weird album to ice out a crown of thorns to. Like it's just yeah. I don't know. Big up Kendrick though.
I don't know, dog. I don't know,
I'm still
dog.
saying this though. Yeah, out of the big three, to me, J. Cole still has the best album, and the other two guys have had two attempts. No, that's a lie. One of the other guys has had an attempt, and the other guy only comes out every couple of years and recently dropped, and now is wearing a Jesus crown, walking around. Like, you know what I mean? Like, respectfully, to me personally, Cole still has the best album out of the three. The Fall Off, was it called? Great album, top to bottom, bro. Like, concise. He stays in his pocket.
Consistent.
He incorporates other sounds. He just executed a great album, bro. And what I love about the Cole album, like, because even him doing the whole basketball shit like, I'm not mad at niggas doing shit in promotion of their album or things that will help promote it, because you know that him doing all that basketball stuff was a part of the shit in it, like, you know what I mean? But he
Maybe the
didn't.
nigga just want to play both.
No, but he did. But I'm saying it's convenient that you want to play ball at the same time that your album drops. Like, it's a convenient thing to do in it. But I'm saying, listen, if this is a part of your album rollout, that's cool. That's blessed. Like, what I appreciate about the Cole thing is that he at least was like, yo, I just want to play ball in it. Like, that's the promo, my nigga. Like, I just want to play ball. He didn't masquerade it behind some other bigger than that thing. It was like, yo, this is called the Fall Off, and I want to play ball, man, nigga. Like, let's get it. You gotta love that, bro. Like, I think it's just, put it this way, yeah. And this is no disrespect to man, because man fuck with him too. But see if Drake did like the equivalent of this, where he wouldn't have like a crown of thorns, because that's not Drake's thing. But if he had like a crown on his head, and that was part of his marketing thing, I wouldn't think it was like great by any means, but I would understand it. It's like that's what you do. That's your thing. Like, you're a self-congratulatory type of artist. Like, that's and you have found a way to do that well. Like, that's what you do. Cool, in it. It's just Kendrick to me has never been the self-congratulatory guy, and I don't know, man. The Jesus crown thing is just, it's
Why can't he
very.
do that though?
But he can, bro. He can. He
Yeah,
definitely
that's
can.
what I mean. So why is that
He
not?
definitely.
Why is it bugging you so much, fam? I don't get it.
It's
The
the
nigga
same
did what he
difference.
did. This, that, this,
It's the
them,
same
fam.
difference. Yeah. Like, if you did that, if as part of like the Spirit Tape rollout, you just rocked like a crown of thorns, I would be like, my nigga, do your thing in it. Like, do that, bro. That's sick. But a part of me would be like, it's a bit mad that Will's breading himself like that, because the biggest bread to yourself is just being it. Do you get what I mean? Like, we call you a king. You never needed to wear a crown, bro. That's the thing. That's why we love you. You're already a king to us. So now you just being like, yeah, I'm king, but then your album's not about no king shit. It's just a bit like, it's just a bit like, I mean, yeah, fam, it's
But
a
the
nice
king is a
icon.
people too, fam. Everybody's a people, fam. You know what I'm saying? The king got traumas that he gotta get off his shit too, fam. When he gonna tell the people that, in between speaking for them and being like, yeah, justice for all. Oh yeah, by the way, There was a time when I was like, how he gonna do that? Come on, man. Let that nigga breathe and let that nigga wear the crown, goddamn.
Listen, he can wear the crown. He can wear it. Kendrick can do whatever he wants, bro. Kendrick is great, and we love Kendrick, fam. We do. It's just there are certain artists. Again, maybe this is just my optimistic thinking, but there are certain art, even including yourself, bro. Just certain guys that, to me, you understand the unspoken code of this is deeper than rap. Like there are certain artists who, to me, just come from that lineage, you know, cut from that cloth type of thing. Like there are certain artists that I just look at like, yeah, you're cut from that. And I guess maybe I'm not saying Kendrick isn't. I'm not saying it isn't, but it's just maybe a bit like, oh man, like when those sort of people start to display things that look like they're trying to maybe appeal to the masses. But then, you know what, Will? You know what, yeah? Someone could say, at the same time, though, Drizz, like, you've jumped on drill because drill's like a sick wave. And then I could be like, yeah, but I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do that. It's like, yeah, but it's still drill. Like, if you really cared, why don't you do this? You know what I mean? So someone could always find certain. So you know what, bro? You're right. Kendrick, wear the crown. Fuck it, bro. It's fine. Do whatever. Do whatever you want, bro. Blessing it.
Yeah, because that motherfucker is, I don't know what he doing right now, fam. But all that's happening is more people talking about it, more people streaming this shit, fam. And you're like, I
But they,
can't believe they fucked with that shit.
but bro, like, I don't. You listen. You know in it.
I know,
I'm
fam.
not one of
I
the
know,
guys
fam.
that cares about like first week sales, and you know I don't give a shit about none of that in it. But bro, like
Hey,
his thing didn't
maybe he,
even think like that, bro. Like I was very
maybe he got loans
surprised.
to pay back with TDE and them, fam. Do you know what I mean?
I
It's
guess,
about,
man.
like, you know what I'm saying, quick
Yeah.
shake and bake, you know what I'm saying, get this little money in and then, you know what I'm saying,
You know what? Yeah. All right. You
who
know what? To
knows,
the
fam,
point.
all kind of shit, fam.
To the same point. Yeah. You know who pulled? If that was the case, yeah. Let's just say hypothetically that's the case. You know who did a similar thing, and I thought it was just beautifully done? Frank Ocean. When he finessed Def Jam, yeah. You see the album he put out before he
Yeah,
got out.
that's
It was
crazy.
it was a cool album, you know. Like that was it wasn't the
Yeah, it
greatest
was
album in the
good.
world, but it was a good album, fam.
It was
It was
good.
cool.
It was good.
And when he busts his move, he busts it in a way where public facing it's like, oh shit, Frank's the man, bro. Like because all of these things have to be considered when you're a public entity. Like a part of your monetization is public sentiment. The people have to fuck with you to want to buy your shit. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, I'm not mad at niggas having to fulfill their contractual obligations. I'm not mad at niggas like having to do the shit that the music industry is kind of. Yeah, I get, bro. We do we get that in it. Like I get that. It's just a very weird album to wear the fucking crown on, bro. I'm sorry.
I don't know, fam. Who knows?
But nah,
Maybe he's still in Africa in his mind, fam. And then his body's just on autopilot.
maybe fam, maybe bro. Listen, Kendrick's in a place that I'm not in right now, so I can't speak from that place to say what it is or isn't. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mean that financially or monetary. I just mean where he is in his
Nah.
life, different thing in it. So, again, that's why I think it's a good conversation to have. Like, I just kind of wanted to get your ideas on it and shit. But I don't know, man. I don't know. There's just something about it that just sits, that just doesn't sit right. But when I think about it, I don't think it's wrong.
I think
It's
it's
just,
the symbolism that's really getting to you. It's not really the crown itself.
yeah, yeah,
Because it could
yeah.
have been any other kind of crown. I think you
But
still would have
don't you
got the
know
ick
why?
from that shit.
I'm only looking into the symbolism because of who it is. Because Kendrick is a guy, again, throughout his career, bro, when you talk about calculated, fam, these men don't do nothing by mistake, fam. everything they do is this symbolic shit. They leave little clues and this and that. So maybe this is a clue for the future. Maybe, who knows? I might just be being short-sighted. Do you get what I mean? But yeah, because he's someone that's so intricate in what he does, when I see the symbolism of you doing so, bro, it's like you, fam. Like, you're another artist where you're very intricate in what you do and how you do certain things. So when I'm listening to your shit, I don't listen to it with the same ears as man who just jump on beats and shit.
Now,
It's
wait
not the
until you
same
hear the
thing.
new shit, fam. You gonna be
You know?
like, ah, nah, dog. I'm talking about twerking and all sorts, fam. Not me, obviously. Females around me twerking and
Ain't nothing wrong
throwing
with that.
money on their phone. Hello?
Listen, bro. Listen, I'm not Mr. Woke, you know, fam. Listen, ignorant shit is amazing, fam. I love ignorant shit too, bro. Listen, if you got some twerking shits and they go, fam, I'm all with it, fam. Get me video. You know, I'm not gonna be shaking no ass. You get me? But like, I'm with it, bro. If you got some shit like that, fam, it's run it in it. I'm just saying, if you dress up like Jesus or the Prophet Muhammad to roll out the album, I might say to you that this is just not the album to do that too, in it. But you know what I mean? You might be like, yo, Drizz, you don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro. Just
No,
watch
you
this
don't
in it.
understand, fam. I'm in
And
the
then when
press
man
con.
say that,
I'm trying to speak to the people down at the bottom and pull them back up, fam. And if they can
listen,
only hear twerking, head lean. I gotta do that,
that's it.
but I gotta adjust how I'm trying to step, fam. So yeah, hold on a sec. Let me just put my robe on. You were saying, put the crown on. You were saying,
See, you can't argue that, can
no, but it's yeah. Like again, I think he's a smart guy, fam. He knows. He knows. There's a reason why he did that, fam.
No, legit.
And
And again,
maybe one day he'll come out and he'll reveal it and be like, oh, it's because of this. And then it might even be on the next album. And he might, well, who knows, fam?
potentially, fam. It was just that one little clip that I saw on YouTube, bro, where man was telling me about the Louis trousers and the 3 minute, and just like, come on,
What if he
Kendrick,
trolling, fam?
man, huh?
What if he trolling, fam? What if he trolling, fam?
You know what? Maybe.
Trying to do the whole, like, I'm highlighting how, like, ridiculous all this shit is and how, like, you'll be like, ah, I thank God for all this success. But really, there's a whole bunch of other shit that you dealt with that got you to here. And now, when you are out in the street being like, oh yeah, I'm this, people looking at you like, oh damn, why are you saying that? Why you look like that? Why you dress like
Maybe,
that?
man.
Oh,
Maybe Kendrick should get
so
you on the
he's so
promo
funny.
team, fam. You know what I mean? They should get you on the pro so
Hey
that you
man,
can hit
nah,
the
I'm just
music. You know?
because I'm just, you know what I mean. I'm just imagining like why, you know, like why, and you're not gonna just do no random shit, fam. You know what I mean? He's not the guy to just wake up in the morning and be like, oh, yo, call, what's his name? The diamonds guy, Eliante. Tell him, make me a diamond crown of thorns by tomorrow, please. I need to shoot a video. You know what I mean? That shit was planned. They measured his head for the shit. The shit went and got made and shit. Do you know what I mean? Shit got delivered. They went to the video shoot. There was a treatment. I mean, not the video shoot. I mean, they went to the place. They'd already like there was a rehearsal. So like, oh yeah, so when you stand here, the blood gonna come down like this. Like the shit was. It's not just random. You didn't just wake up the day before and be like, oh yeah. So why? Right? Do you know what I mean? Because it's a fucking long process, fam. If you
I
think
mean,
about it.
yeah, but even like just the blood thing, for example, like that
Mm.
was from again how it's reported. I haven't spoken to Kendrick or his team, so I don't. But they basically said that was obviously about the the woman's the the abortion laws in America and shit. Like that was kind of a symbolic protest in regards to that, and obviously kind of mentioned it on stage and stuff, which again is something that only happened a few days before he performed. So that's not something that could necessarily have been planned long term. But I still hear the point of what you're saying. I still hear that it's not just like he woke up and did it. Like, I get that, man. And like I said, if in the future he came out
fam. So
and puts like something out and says and ties it together, I'll be more than happy to come back on this pod and be like, listen, I didn't see the vision. I'm cool. That's blessing it. It's just when you again someone like me who's listened to Kendrick for years and shit, like I'm not just judging him in the scope of right now. It's like I judge you as the artist that you are. Do you know what I mean? So say someone like Future, I enjoy Future for very different reasons that I enjoy Kendrick. And Future doesn't need to be like Kendrick for me to enjoy him, because I can enjoy Future for the artist that he is, type of thing. And it's like when I look at someone like Kendrick, he seemingly has built his career on a particular foundation. Like this is what man stand on. And a lot of this rollout has just seemed very not standing on that, while using Messiah imagery to push it, which you can do, which anyone can do. He's not wrong for doing it. He's not wrong for doing it. It's just at this current moment in time, if nothing else comes out of this thing, then ultimately that would mean that it's a promo run. And if that were the case, hypothetically, for someone like Kendrick, just to me, not to anyone else, just to me, that would be him doing himself a disservice. It like even to the trolling thing you were talking about, it's like if Kendrick gets to the point where say he would have to troll for promo, it's like he can do it. It's not against the rules. He's allowed to do it. It'll just be like, damn, dog. Like
not a troll like
no. I'm not saying that
trolling,
like
but you know,
what you're
like a
saying.
satire kind of thing. Do you know what I
No,
mean?
I'm not saying that in response to what you're saying. I'm just saying hypothetically, say if he felt one day like he had to get into that world to do some shit, he would be well within his rights to do that, well within his rights. And it might even be a good move to do. It's just if someone said, it feels a bit cheap, you could understand it at least, innit? That's more so what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that he shouldn't have the crap. Like, I'm not saying it. It's just as someone who gets the shit the way that I do, or at least to the level that I do, if not more so, you can at least hear what I'm saying in it. Like, you can at least hear what I'm saying. You don't have to agree, but it's not like that. Drizz, you've pulled out of your ass, bro. Like, do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
But nah, big up Kendrick though, man. Big up Kendrick, man. Like, it's always good to get Kendrick music.
The boy keep getting better.
You know what I mean? It's big up to
He
Kendrick, man.
just
And say something, bro. Fuck's sake, man. Fuck's sake, man. Like, say something, bro. Like, that's why we love you, fam. Like, you nigga that would always say something, bro. Like, say something, fam. Don't get up there and stop
Yeah,
talking, man.
but man, imagine you the say something nigga, fam. And every day you step out your house, you gotta say something, fam. Somebody waiting for you to say something, fam. Even when you get back in your house, your wife and your kids is waiting for you to say something, fam. Like, oh God, guys, I just want to be mindless for a few minutes. Can I just, please? No, you gotta say something, man. At
Then you
some
know
point
what,
you'll be
bro?
like, "Man, fuck you guys, I'm not talking to you guys anymore, bro."
On that point, yeah. If you just want to be mindless for a sec, then just say that, fam. Don't be mindless and tell me and pose it like you're saying certain to me. Because if you want to be mindless, I can listen. Ignorant shit is amazing, fam. As much woke and uplifting and righteous and stuff we talking here, I love ignorant shit too, fam. I love fuckery as well, fam. It's the duality of being alive, bro. Like I'm with it. It's just my thing is I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Like if something's fuckery, then it's fuckery in it. Do you get what I mean? And it's like if you want to do that, and his album isn't fuckery. His album definitely isn't fuckery. But hypothetically, just say he wanted to just make something like that. Get that shit off, bro. Get it, because you probably do it sicker than everybody else. Get it off. But don't pretend. Don't piss on me and tell me it's raining. Do you get what I mean? Don't frame it like it's one thing when it's not that. That's the only issue that I kind of pull from it. But like you said, potentially it could just be a future lying thing.
Yeah.
We shall see. We shall see.
There could be all sorts of things behind it, fam.
Yeah.
And it's just, I think, yeah, he, yeah, it's interesting that, yeah, he managed to get folks all jiggled up over the shit.
Can you name one song off his album, bro? Like the recent thing. Can you name one just off the top of your head? Don't look it up. Don't think. I'm not trying to catch you out. I'm just asking. Like, is there one song or one bar or one thing where you could be like, yeah, that shit, fam?
Again, like I've not like listened to it properly. I like listened to like a track and then another track, and I was like, oh, what am I doing? I got like do this respectfully, fam. I can't remember what they were. I was stoned as fuck.
The Kendrick that I feel as a fan that I know is a nigga that when he used to speak, bro, it didn't really matter if you had heard it or not. You would have heard it, fam. When the Control verse came out, it didn't really matter what you were doing. Like, it didn't really matter whether you was busy with life or whatever. Like, you understood the importance of you hearing that verse, and you would find a way and find time to make sure that you heard that shit. That's the Kendrick that I love, who's just like, I'm going to say the shit that no one's going to say, and y'all are gonna have to respect it because I do this. Love Kendrick, love him, fam. Kendrick is dope. Love Kendrick, but I can't tell you right now one track on that shit where I was like, yeah, this was that shit. N95 was, I liked N95. I thought that was quite good. I couldn't recite a bar. I couldn't necessarily give you the synopsis of the topic. It was kind of a vague uprising type of song, but Kendrick was the guy that said like well, if God got us, then we're gonna be all right, and made that hook, bro. Like that. Do you get what I'm saying? Like Kendrick was the guy who spoke about an interaction with a homeless man that he had and made it one of the most moving cinematic pieces of sonic media around, bro. From the conversation we had last week when you had mentioned like that track, How Much a Dollar, like I went back and just listened to it in it. I was like, fucking hell, listen to this shit, bro. Like, my nigga, sing about me, fam. On Good Kid, Mad City.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Bro, like, that's who this nigga is, fam. That's who and I don't want to limit him as an artist. I don't want to put restraints on him because all artists should have the freedom to do what they want to express. I get that in it. It's just fucking hell, bro. It would be really sad if he stopped saying shit. Because respectfully, compared to how he used to really say shit, the last two projects he's put out, he's said things in very coded messages, but the things he said, he never used to say in a coded way, I guess. And it seems like he's burying maybe the message deeper in code, but I don't know, man. I just feel like if Martin Luther King at one point started to dilute his message, or Malcolm X at one point started to dilute that message, like the equity that people build up in that, it can dismay them, man. Because it's like, right, bro, like we believed in this shit off of the energy that you gave us. If you come now and you're not on that anymore, where the fuck should I be on that? Do you know what I mean? Like, listen, yo, we all protesting the buses right now because of what they did to Rosa Parks. But if MLK said that he's gonna get the bus, then I'm gonna fucking get the bus. But like, if he's not protesting, I'm not protesting. But you know what I mean? Like, why should I walk if he's not gonna walk, bro? Like, do you know what I mean? It's like sometimes to me, I feel like, and I don't want to speak for Kendrick or like he's doing something wrong, but it's just I feel there are certain people in this life that have been blessed and called, I guess, maybe, to have a purpose bigger than their own. I feel like there's a few voices every generation whose sole purpose in life is to fulfill that. Bro, it's the book of Eli, fam. Like, some of these guys, bro, it's the book of Eli, bro. It's like, your calling is to do this. And once you tap into the importance of what this is, you understand that your life essentially comes second. If you want to get into the whole Jesus thing, the reason why people rate man so much is because he realized that his life kind of came second to his purpose of being here. Again, bro, like, man grew up in church and used to read and study the Bible and shit. The nigga was in the Garden of Gethsemane saying, yo, God, please, brother, these niggas are going to kill me, fam. Help me, please, fam. I don't want these problems. And God said to him, brother, this is bigger than you, fam. This is bigger than Nino Brown, fam. Like, this, I'm sorry, G, I hear you in it, but your purpose is much bigger than your life, bro. And he said, you know what? All right, fam. If that's what it is, and that's what it is, bro. Like, and that's why Jesus is hailed the way he's hailed today. Do you get what I mean? Now we can get into how they prostitute religion and, like, cool, whatever. But the general thing is, like, this person is sort of loved and respected off the basis of living a calling that was much bigger than just their existence. And it's like, I have no problem with Kendrick likening himself to a messiah. That, I have no issue with that. It's not some weird, like, I'm the young messiah and I said it for... It's not no weird thing like that. You get what I mean? Like, I have no problem with that. It's just more so someone who is as intelligent and intricate as you understands kind of the story and the journey of the guy they call Jesus, and understands the importance of, as Terence explained it, the algorithm of Jesus Christ in it. Like, you understand why that's such an important thing. And it's like, for you to essentially cosplay that for the sake of an album where that's not even the main perpetuating message, to me, again, it feels a little bit Facebook adsy, bro. It feels a little bit engagementy, fam. Like, it feels a bit like check the post and check the likes and the engagement. It just feels a bit like, do something that they'll look at and talk about. And as an artist, I understand the importance of marketing and stuff like that. I get why that's valuable. But also, as an artist, I understand that certain things are way more important than that. I know for myself, like, I've made a personal decision, like, yo, all this likes and this views, and, like, fuck it, bro. Like, I'm gonna do everything that I can do to push my shit as far as I can. But fuck it, fam. If I release something and it gets 2 views, 2 likes, but, like, that's not the important thing. The important thing is, I have to make sure that the branding, and not like fucking clothes branding, but like a literal brand like you put on a cow. I need to brand the earth with these words. And if I can put these words in a medium, they can exist forever. That's what the Bible is. The Bible is just something that you read. But these words, this music, this shit, like, it's the same entity. It's the same type of thing. It's the same energy. When niggas die and shit, rappers get killed and stuff, bro, what's the first thing that happens, bro? The music shit spikes, fam. Because people want to go back and hear you, fam. People want to go back and listen to you, bro, because you're not here anymore. We live in a world where you're not told to appreciate people while they're here. And I understand for myself, my mission is to impart all of this understanding that I have to people that need to hear it. Now, I may not know how I'm going to do that. Again, back to the book of Eli. I may not know how I'm going to do that. I may not know necessarily the direction I need to go to do that. I may not have it all figured out. But what I do know is that I have these words, and the least I can do is put these words in a place where they can last forever. Where no matter what happens to me, these words are here. Again, you get to the end of the thing, bro, and you realize that, oh shit, the Bible was in Braille, and he memorized the whole thing because he realized that the words, they don't have to be written down, fam. There's a living word in it. It lives in you, and once you've got that information, do you know what I mean? It's like, that's how I approach it. I'm not saying Kendrick should approach it like that, or that Will should approach it like that, or that anyone else should approach it like that. I'm just saying that for someone that I hold in high esteem on that kind of a level, it just feels a bit awkward to see them do something that seems more promotional than substance filled.
Yeah, but then this is what I keep trying to say, fam. It's because he expected better of that nigga. Deep down, really, to uncover the essence of all of this, what we're saying. Because he expected that nigga to uphold that thing that he said, oh, this is what man was.
I guess, man. Like again, better's not the word I would use, but I hear what you're saying. Do you know what I
Okay,
mean?
okay, fine. You expected him to act differently or do differently to what he did.
Yeah, just I, I don't know. Most of the Kendrick projects to me have always seemed sincere. Like through even the Damn album, yeah, Damn was clearly again. I know I keep saying this. I know I keep making the same, but it was a commercialized Kendrick in it. It was like it's Kendrick but chart friendly Kendrick. Do you get what I mean? And I'm cool with that. I'm cool with man doing stuff like that. Like I'm not Mr. Like, nah, all you can do is rap, bro. Like fuck that, bro. Like nah, like I get it, fam. The reason I can fuck with it is because you never pretend that it isn't what it is. Do you know what I mean? Like, damn, you didn't try to make it more than what it was. You pushed it, you promoted it, you did all your stuff, but you didn't pretend that it wasn't what it was, which was a blatant attempt for commercial success, like chart success and shit. And you got it because the product was good. It's just, yeah, it's just, I don't know if it's just fuck it, man. Because I'm just gonna keep saying the same thing over and over again in it. Like, I mean, listen, big up Kendrick, big up his crown of thorns, big up Tiffany who made it, big up his Louis Vuitton trousers that he was showing off. Like, there's big up Kendrick's album. Like, big up all the Kendrick fans. You know what I mean? Big up TDE, PG Lang, big up all of them, fam. Big up all of them in it. Just stay true to self, man. That's all you can say, bro. Just stay true to self, man.
Yeah. On a lighter note, though, did you see the verses about with the Marion and Mario?
I didn't
Oh,
watch the
that's
actual battle, but I've
yeah,
seen
nah,
the
the
clips.
clip,
I've
yeah,
seen all
nah,
the clips that I needed to
them
see.
niggas, like, y'all niggas, dog, y'all niggas, yeah, same fam. I was like, I do not even need to see the whole this fam. Nah, dog, y'all niggas, oh no, yeah,
Bro, I know I said this on a podcast before, yeah, but I swear to you, fam, like, there are so many instances in life where I just think to myself, like, dog, this whole thing is an episode of the Boondocks, bro. Omarion was on stage with his brother eating watermelon, fam, performing, eating watermelon, bro. On some, like, cool guy shit. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna bite this like it's a pussy, girl. Oh, eating watermelon, bro, and not like little diced watermelon, fam, like on
yeah,
a fork or like a little plate.
like a big,
A big fuck off piece of watermelon. This nigga's holding, balancing it while he's performing, fam. It's like, look at these niggas, fam. Like, look at this shit, fam. These
them
niggas
niggas
don't care.
savage. Them niggas
These
wouldn't
niggas
even
don't
spit
care,
in my mouth, fam. That shit was crazy, fam. I was like, nah. I remember you niggas used to sing much better than this.
fam.
Am I tripping? They used to be much better than that, right? I mean, what?
Because they wanted it then, though, fam. They wanted it, fam. Like, Omarion's been him for years now, fam. You know what I mean? Like, he went through all the B2K success, the solo success. He did, like, movies and shit. Like, he done his thing in it. So now
Yeah.
he's just like, Omarion. I think, like, he's trying to be like that, like the sexy black dude, but not like fucking Tyson Beckford. Not like the modelly type, just like the oh yeah, girl. Like, you know what I mean? He's trying to be. The thing was eating watermelon on the stage, bro. A big piece of watermelon. Will, I love you with my heart and soul, yeah. But if we were ever performing, bro, and you were eating watermelon, I would take it as a personal disrespect from. If we were on
That's
stage together and you had a big piece of water, unless we back in Af or something, yeah, unless we back home, fam. Like you can't be in England with me eating watermelon on the stage, bro. Not in front of these people, fam. Come on, bro. Come on, fam. Come on, bro.
sick. Yeah,
Come
nah,
on.
mate, I don't know what, I don't even know what who even had put that together. They'd just be like, yo, let's, what, how did, what, ah,
Listen,
yeah,
who
nah,
was
that
the
shit was
stage
bad.
manager? Who was the stage manager, the person that has to okay all the safety checks and ensure that, there's no liquid and stuff near the electronics? Who was the person that said, yeah, Omarion and Omarion's brother, the watermelon is a
Why?
go?
Who gonna say no to Omarion at the
There's,
versus battle that they paid him to be at?
it's true. It's true. But at the
And
same time,
they didn't pay him like a little couple of bags. Like,
yeah,
yeah, could have paid him like a
yeah, but
nice,
it could be
some
one of
change.
those ones like, brother, don't do nothing to fuck this up, fam, because we won't pay you, fam. Like,
But then
because
Omarion will be like, alright, fam, take it. I've got movie money, dog. For keep talking about, check your little 150. I don't need that shit. I just want to eat watermelon on the stage, bro. Now you're the stage manager. What are you gonna do?
he didn't do
You're
that
gonna
at
be
his
like,
tour, though. Like, Omarion
yeah.
had his own tour, fam, and he didn't eat one piece of watermelon on none of that stage,
He
fam.
didn't feel like it the time, fam. He ain't feel
Huh?
like it the time. He ain't feel like it the time, fam. Come on,
But
I'm a Marion. What are you talking about? I do what I feel when I feel, and I feel like eating watermelon while you're on the stage. I can
oh,
give you your money back right now if you like.
you
I
know
just
what,
thought it
Will?
was
Yeah,
fun.
again, bro. Yeah, again, you right, fam. You right, fam. Because what are you gonna tell a nigga who just pull up on you like that? Like, yo, listen, I'm eating this
Yeah,
watermelon.
nah,
It like, if
he
you're saying
already
I
got
can't
it in
do
his
it,
hand and shit. He
if
about
you
to
saying I
walk on the
can't do
stage. He's
it,
gonna be like, "Oh,
I'll
Mr. O'Marion, hold on, sir, please. You're gonna have to leave that big ass piece of watermelon backstage." And he gonna look at you like, "Huh? Yeah."
because if he just goes, bro, honestly, like if I can't eat the watermelon, I'm just not gonna perform in it. Like I'll give you the money back. If he just say that to you on the night when there's a crowd of people that have paid to see this guy perform, what are you right? You right again, fam. You right again, bro. You right again, fam. Like he looks at the stage coach and was like, "Yo, dog, I'll
Yeah,
be
nah,
honest with
because
you."
he's not gonna be like, "Nah, Mr. O'Marion."
He was like, "Listen, I'll be honest with you, yeah. Like, I'm going on stage with watermelon in it. Like, I don't know who you need to call. I don't know like what checks you need to do, but I'm gonna eat this watermelon on stage in
Just
it.
call
Like,
his manager and be like, "Yo, talk to this guy, fam. I'm going on stage. I don't know what you talking about. Leave the watermelon. Take my watermelon. We're going on stage. But talk to this guy, fam. You know what you talking about."
oh, fucking hell. But nah,
It's
apparently
fucking
in the verses though, like Mario cleaned him up. Like apparently, like Mario got him out of it.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
again,
It
I only
makes
saw like
sense.
clips and stuff like that.
It makes sense. Or does it?
You think? You think? I would have thought on paper,
Yeah,
Omarion should
on
have won
paper, innit? Yeah, but oh, wow, interesting. Okay.
because Omarion's got like the boy band shit. He's got like solo shit. Like he's got things
What's
he's
like the
written.
criteria though? What's the criteria though? Like, what are the people judging on?
Well, I think with like an R&B versus, it's gonna be like it's an R&B crowd in it, so you just need to have more R&B type of bangers that this crowd are gonna fuck with.
Yeah.
Than not. Do you get what I mean?
Are they like
It's
being like, oh yeah, he sang it better,
yeah. So I
or
think obviously the performance element comes into it as well. Like if you don't sing your shit well, that goes against you. So I think Ray J was there as well, and apparently like Ray J fucked up his thing too. Do you know what I mean? Another legend, by the way. Another legend, fam. Ray J
Please
is
tell me he did that, fam. Please tell me that's the one that he did at that battle, fam.
nah. I think he did one wish. I think he did one wish in it,
Ah,
bro. You see Ray J, yeah. Ray J is like single-handedly one of the greatest entertainers we've ever seen in this hip hop space. But his greatness just isn't appreciated because like we always just kind of looked at him as almost like a side guy. Do you get what I mean? But Ray J
oh.
has had some great moments in this shit, for like
Yeah, he busted him in it. And like literally.
Ray J got in beef with Kanye West and Kim, and then put a song out saying "I hit it first." Do you know the level of petty that takes, fam? Do you know the level of immature and petty that takes, bro?
Fam.
Ray J is rich, brother. He's a
Fam.
rich man, bro. He put out a song saying "I hit it first" and shot a
He was
video.
in the crib like, yeah, I'ma show that nigga, fam. I'ma tell him, fam. I'ma hit him right where it at, fam. Right, that
Oh,
little
bro,
giant eagle thing, fam.
but then after doing that, then pieced it up with them, fam. Then pieced it up with man after that, bro. Like that's hilarious, bro. That is fucking jokes, fam. Man be like, "Hey, you know what? Yeah, nah, you're right, you know, fam. Like, yeah, that's it. That we cool in it. The song's still up, fam. You can still find it. He didn't delete the song, bro. The song's still up with it. But like, nah, we cool now with it. Like, it's all right. Ray J is great, man. Ray J is fucking great, bro.
Nah, crazy, fam.
Like years back when when like the Breakfast Club was sort of like early on, and he called in and he was cussing out Fab. It was just, man, I'll fuck Fabulous up, man. I don't know what the fuck. Because there was a video of Ray J playing like a piano at Floyd Mayweather's house in it. And man was saying he just looked super zesty in it. Like he just looked like an errand boy, like playing the piano in man's house. You get me? And Fab must have said something about it. This nigga Ray J called into the radio station going wild, bro. Man, I'm on Pyro, nigga. Who the fuck? Ray J said on Pyro, bro, on national radio. Like,
I wanna know
this is
about Ray J. Brandy's brother, Ray J.
Ray J, fam. The same one, bro. This nigga said on Pyro, fam. We coming after fam. This, that, the first. Like, Ray J is great,
These the
man.
niggas that get caught up in the RICO cases and then be like, oh, but I ain't even do nothing like that. I was just like, but you're shouting them.
Nah.
And then
Listen,
you're giving them money.
Ray J got far away from that Rico case stuff, fam. He's an R&B tech guy now, fam.
Yeah,
Because he's got that company in it that did the scooters and shit.
Yeah, that was time ago when he did the whole shouting out the set.
Yeah, nah, he's gone way past that now, fam. He's got his scooty bike food shit. Like now he's just one wish, your best friend. You know what I mean? He's just
I Oh, that's so cute, fam.
Ray J has a sex tape with Kim Kardashian, bro. Like, do you know the level of
That's what I'm
sicko
saying.
that
That's what I said, fam. He
like,
bust Kim, literally, fam.
like he literally
Whichever
put
way
her
you
on,
want
bro.
to take that, fam. He did it both ways, fam.
Like he
Always.
literally put her on, bro. Double entendre. Do you know what I mean? Like he
Yeah.
literally put. Yo, Ray J is Kim's OG. How hilarious is that? He's her OG, but like he put her on the game, fam. Put her on the map, man.
Nah, Paris Hilton's OG, fam. That's her real OG, fam.
Yeah, but if you my OG, but I outshine everything that you did and do it bigger and better, and like, are you really my OG? Do you get what I mean? Like,
Still, fam. I was here in the game before you. I paved the way for you to be able to do this reality TV thing. You better
no,
respect
that's fair.
me.
That's fair.
Even if I
That's fair.
fell off, you better pay your dues because the way you came up was used around me, fam.
It's
We
like
would have never knew
Nicki
about
Minaj
no.
and
Yeah.
Lil Kim. Innit? It's like Nicki
Do you know
Minaj
what I
and
mean?
Lil
We'd
Kim.
never knew about no goddamn Kim Kardashian if it wasn't for Paris Hilton and their brethren and shit, fam. And she would have never like really been around them man like that because obviously she'd like be rich, but she'd just be like all the other rich girls that are just out there
But I
about.
mean, Kim Kardashian did the smart thing at the time, though, where she aligned herself with like hip hop shit. Like Paris Hilton never really fucked with that. Like she was on the other
Yeah,
side of shit. Do you know what I mean? That's
yeah,
why
nah.
Kim really blew up, bro. Because if Kim just had like a sex tape with some white dude, I don't think it would have become. It was because it was the black nigga Ray J. You know what I mean? The this guy. Do you get what I mean? Like that's what made it a thing because it was the hood that was like, oh shit, fam, Kim Kardashian, this thing here, yeah. Like it was hip hop that really blew her shit up, bro. And again, I know that you don't be on socials and shit, so I know you won't see it. But if you take a look at like what Kim's kind of doing and shit now, yeah, she's distancing herself from like all of this black shit, fam. Like she's taken the ass out, she's taken out all the fake, she's taken all the shit out, fam. Like she's distancing herself from all of this black shit, dog. Like she's doing what Justin Bieber did a few years back. Remember when Justin Bieber was going crazy in these streets with all these hip hop niggas with Lil Twist and them? Remember when he was going mad in these streets? And like he was acting like a drill rapper, bro. He was just going mad. And then he went through that period. Yeah, bro. Like, what did academics call him? Big Bieber Valley, fam. Like, you know what I mean? Like he was going crazy in it. But there was a period of time where they whiteified him again in it. Like they put him through the white baptism in it. They was like, don't worry, white people, we got this nigger stain off him, and he one of ours again. Like that's what Kim is in the process of doing right now, fam. Like again, I know you're not gonna go and look at her shit. I know how you feel about them. I'm not gonna get you on your Kardashian rant today, but
yeah, don't.
they whole set is making a conscious effort.
Yeah, because I saw pictures of the other one.
Themselves.
He had taken her shits out as well. I was like, oh, she ain't got no ass no more, dog. What happened?
Yeah, fam. Like they are making a conscious effort to get away from all of this black shit, fam. Like, and it's just that's just where we are, unfortunately, innit?
Nah, the judge is running out, fam, because they ain't got enough. They ain't got enough rappers in the roster stable right now, fam.
And they just moving it to somewhere else, fam. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They're getting the foot. Because in order for that other world to embrace you, unfortunately, they want to see that you no longer fuck with this black shit. The best example of that no one ever talks about for some reason is Jessica Alba. The niggas remember when the film Honey came out, bro? The niggas remember that? And how Jessica Alba was like the ting to the man them for a period because of that Honey film, fam. Honey came out, she glowed up, and Jessica Alba got the fuck away from that black shit. She got the fuck away from it, dog. Because she embraced it for a little time, fam. She was in a couple like music videos and this and that. Like she's, bruh, when she hit a certain point, fam, never seen her again, fam. And you look at Jessica Alba today, fam, that's a white woman, bro. Like I used to think Jessica Alba was like Latina or some kind of mix or something, bro. Like, because when they embrace, and I don't want to just keep saying black and white, but those are the labels that we use in it. But when people embrace that side of culture, you see it through the aesthetic, you see it through a lot of subtle things in it. But when they're trying to get away from that shit, fam, just the fact that they're conscious of the changes that they make. Like I said, if you look at Kim now, bro, it's like, rah, you really trying to get into that world now. Like you are consciously and do your thing, like do whatever the fuck you want in it. But it's just, rah, you really just used hip hop in it. Like you just fucking used it to become a billionaire and you gone, fam. That's mad, fam.
I told you these bitches be casting spells, fam. These niggas thought they were just out here getting popular off the wave. Nah, they indoctrinated all you motherfuckers because they're rich enough to go ahead and get that surgery someplace where you can undo that shit and then be like, oh yeah, my shit is gone. The rest of you that went ahead and did that shit, and then now you can't do that shit, and then that shit ain't the trend no more. Man.
How mad is that, fam? To raise a generation of young women that all aspire to get BBLs, and then when you get 40 odd, get yours removed because you can afford it. Like, nah, this shit ain't even good for you. You know, like that's mad, bro. That's so mad.
What do you expect from those people, fam? I told you it's George, fam.
Oh, fuck you though.
Anytime somebody's ass disappears, yeah, that's Jojo right there, fam. Live in your front of your eyes, fam. I saw you last week, you had a big ass, fam. And then this week it's just gone.
Big juju beans, innit? Big juju beans. Oh Lord,
I was just soliloquizing, philosophizing about how they be sucking the life out of them poor athletes and rappers and shit, fam. Yeah, they done sucked the life out of the whole game, fam. Turned to billionaires now. They turn around, they fucking leaving. Because they billionaires, they ain't gotta deal with this shit.
Yeah, it's very what are they called? Like sirens, in it. Not police sirens, you know, like in mythology and shit. Like the sirens, it's that's the energy you get from these girls, and it's just very like luring you with sexuality to your death. You know what I mean? Like, like these bitches is trying to kill you, my nigga.
You know what's so mad, yeah? So mad and so thirsty, they'll be like, oh, I'm gonna die in there. Oh, it's cool. As long as I get one more off, it'll be alright.
Yeah, bro. That's why the sirens were such a thing in mythology, in it, because the sailors used to always go over them. You know, go over there, and niggas would be like, "Yo, you driving the boat into rocks, fam?" And you're like, "Nah, but the bitches, though, fam, the bitches, bro." It's like, nigga, we all
Over
gonna
there on the
die.
island.
We gonna die, man. Nigga. What are you talking about, bitches, fam? We gonna die, bro.
Nah,
Like,
but
nah,
fam, they freeing it up over there on the island, fam. You're not
bro.
hearing
They
this.
busting it open, fam. Come on, bro, man. Allow me, fam. They doing the eagle over there, fam. Spread eagle, bruh. They getting it bracking over there, fam. We going, bruh. Nigga, there's rocks, bro. Ain't no island, nigga. You hallucinating now, bro. The titties, fam. Come on, bro. Allow me, fam. Like,
Yeah, see. Yeah, yeah. That's them.
First off, shouts out to the OnlyMans podcast. It's your 310 boy cruising through these stereo streets. Big ups to the two people holding the show down right now. What's up with the Drizz? What's up with the Will? Once again, it's your 310 boy in these stereo streets, sliding through. Hoping y'all having a good day. Hope y'all having a good show. Episode 64. Let's go.
I've noticed that people play music on it. Is that not like against the rules? It's like,
big ups to the show.
I mean, shit ain't cool,
hey.
Well, bro, appreciate you, fam. Thank you for sending love. You know
Yeah,
what I
much
mean?
appreciated, mama.
You know what I mean? We don't know how the copyright rules and laws work on stereo just yet. You know what I mean? So if our shit get taken out because of your music, bro, we gonna come for you, fam. But nah, it's all love, bro. It's all love. It's all love, man. Appreciate you still. We appreciate you still, man. But it's yeah, man. It's those Kardashian girls. They just use
I
the
told
shit.
y'all niggas, man. And one day, all you man are gonna be like, oh, nah, do you know, Will, you were right, fam. Actually, deep shit. Nah, they witches still.
But Will,
You
no
know?
one said you was wrong, though, fam. Like we never said you was
Nah,
wrong.
no good. I bet. Yeah, nah, nah. It's, well, the
The
people
problem,
that seem to
the
think that I'm trying shit.
the problem
If you,
was, yeah,
they,
like it's not that anyone thought you were wrong. It's just before there was peg. Do you get what I mean? It's like everyone just thought they were laying it. So it's like, yeah, like they might be using the team, but bird, look at the back though, fam. Like you know how dumb niggas are. Like,
yeah, nah, now that the back is gone, the illusion is dead now, and see through that shit, fam. Tell y'all niggas, man.
you know
Shit.
what's crazy though, fam? You know what? Like I'm not even talking about Kim when I say this, but it is mad, yeah, how hypnotizing that shit is, bro. If you just see like a beautiful set of cheeks, bro, just going through the day, fam, it is mad
Yeah.
how
I
if you
was,
allow
I was,
yourself, fam, you can just get lost in that, bro. Like, right, just look at that, fam. Like,
I was saying it to Rachel the other day. Yeah. I was like, you guys don't understand. You'd be like, oh yeah, men go all the power, men go all the power. Do you know that it can take you 2 seconds to completely confuse a man and derail his whole argument? All you
bro,
have to do is get a titty out. Just one. Just get one titty out. And he's gonna be like, huh? What's up? Gosh, oh,
and the whole
oh,
conversation,
oh,
the whole thing gonna
titty.
get trust. Trust me. Listen, I've always said this, yeah. Like, the freedom that women have to, like, assault us and shit is mad. Which is why, like, man them learn such, like, wicked games and shit to do. Because the pimp game of it is, like, man them will go out in hopes of trying to, like, find a gal for whatever. And girls will go out hoping to find someone who will love them and be with them and all that sort of shit, right? And so what man them will do is they'll go out and sell the illusion of love to hopefully try and get, like, what they're trying to get their slice of cake and shit. You get what I mean? And, like, a lot of times what happens is the guy will have to demonstrate and display behaviors that are lovable things. So, you know what I mean? You courteous, you polite, you make her laugh, you intelligent, you know what I mean? You witty, like, you know what I mean? You have to put on all of this shit to impress her for us to be like, you know what? I'm gonna crack these cheeks for this motherfucker. Like, he done. Yeah, this nigga can get some cheeks for a minute. Like, yeah, let's run it. Do you get what I mean? But, like, what happens, yeah, is they'll give you cheeks because they into who you are, because you've been displaying the best parts of your personality in it. So they're like, oh shit, like, I fuck with this dude though. He's dope. Like, listen, here's some cheeks, bro. Hold these cheeks in, like, hold that. But then what happens for a lot of guys is once they get the cheeks, they're like, yo, I'm all right, cool. Like, yo, this was great. This was really cool. Like, it was really nice meeting you. Yeah, man, listen, enjoy your life. You know what I mean? I'll catch you on the other side. You know what I mean? Like, yo, Facebook me or something. Like, a lot of guys, once they get the cheeks, like, that was the goal that they set out to do. And that was the level of their investment. And where a lot of confusion comes in is the gal will be like, wait a minute, dog. Like, I like you, bro. Like, what the fuck you mean, bye, nigga? Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, fam, imagine that, bro. Like, again, say you're having an argument with a girl, yeah, like, and you lot are genuinely in some shit, fam. And you don't have to be a gal or nothing or whatever. Just, if she just lift up her top, bro, and just two beautiful breasts flop out of her top, fam. Like, as a dude, you're like, you know what, dog? Whatever the fuck I was just mad about, it actually doesn't even matter. Like, man will get like fucking epiphanies and shit. Like, you know what? Why do we concern ourselves with, like, these things in life? Like, don't like, like, we waste so much time arguing about these small things. You know what I mean? Like, but the flip side of that, bro, if you in an argument with a girl and you back out your hammer, you're going to jail, bro.
Nah, sicker still, yeah. Sicker still, yeah. If you show a girl your ass and be like, oh yeah, that's mad, fam. But if she do that to you, fam, it neutralizes the whole scenario. Do you know what I mean?
But Will, deep what you just said, yeah. Deep what you just said, though, yeah. You said, listen, the girl lift up her top, bro, and you like, yeah, that's the end of the argument. Like, I'm cool in it. Like, in yourself, there's nothing that alarms you about that. Like, you happy that happened. If you reverse that, bro, and you back out a hammer on Shorty that she wasn't expecting or wanting to be backed out on her, fam, you're going to jail. You're going behind bars, bro. Like, and I don't mean Link Up TV, my nigga. Like, you're going behind bars, bro. Like,
if you really unlucky, she might even kick it, fam.
oh God, fucking just dent that shit, from the shit leaning to the side, like the shit leaning back like Fat Joe in it, like it's fucking crooked your thing off, blood. Kick it, big toe put in your shit, fam.
Nah, it just reverts to back inside, and it just goes back inside.
Oh my God. give man an instant sex change in it. That's fucked, bro. Give man the 5-minute sex change, fam. Fuck off.
In the hospital, they're doing the X-rays, and they're like, "Yeah, it's definitely in there." I mean, you can pull it out, but it's pretty crushed.
Yo, they'd have to get like a toilet plunger to try and get that shit out.
Yeah, because you backed you out when she was least expecting it, and caught her off guard, and what she's supposed to do, scream. Nah, she just kicked, boom, have it.
But it's like, again, even like in man's younger days and shit, yeah, like when man was like out there and shit. And like, obviously, sometimes you link a girl, whatever. And you know what I realized, like, as being an older person and looking back? I realized that most gal ain't got no game, you know, fam. Like, most gal, like, if you take out the sexual nature of just the fact that women are beautiful and as men we love them, as heterosexual men we just love
No,
them,
they
innit?
don't need it.
If you take all of that out, yeah, like the challenge I set to any woman is like, yo, like pull a dude that isn't into you, because man them do a shit like that all the time. I've seen it. I've had it, bro, where a girl may not initially be into me, fam, but man are charming enough and funny enough and this enough and that, where eventually they're like, you know what, I kind of like this motherfucker. Like, a girl to go out and like a dude who's genuinely like, nah, I'm not. Like,
Nah,
nah.
thanks.
Like, they ain't got no game, you know, fam, because like you said, they don't need it, bro. Fam, I've been in
Yeah, but just
situations
splash
like,
it to you real quick, you know what I'm saying?
brother,
You
I've been in
like?
situations like back in the day and shit where like, say you're chilling with a girl and shit, yeah, and she literally just like fling herself at you, bruh. Like, no tact, no point. It's just fling herself at you, and you just feel like, rah, bro.
You're
Like,
like, yo, chill out.
you
I
didn't
mean,
even
not
try
chill
to.
out.
Nah, don't chill out. Like, keep doing what
I
you're
know,
doing.
innit?
But my nigga, like, you
Yeah,
almost knocked my tooth out, bro. Like, you just threw yourself at me, fam. Like, if I did this to you, fam, this could be so different, bro. Like, because as a
innit?
dude, you understand that you just can't. Well, let me say, men that carry themselves like that understand that that's just not a part of our thing. If you like
Nah.
somehow you in a situation with a girl you lot have never like ting before, you're not gonna be the nigga to be like, yeah, fam, I'm just gonna go at you, bro. Like, because you understand how that can come across in it. But like, gal, them, bro, they don't give a fuck, fam. Like, I've seen gal
Oh, yeah.
drunk. Listen, you know the amount of times I've been sexually assaulted by gal when they're just drunk and shit, bro. Like back in the days, yeah. Gal are just drunk and just
Yeah,
grip
loads
you
of
up,
them.
fam. Grip up wood, grip up chest, grip up butt. And you're just like, rah, imagine if you were a drunk nigga just doing this to gal. You're going to jail, bro.
Yeah,
You're going
that
to
same day.
jail, fam.
That
You know what I
same
mean?
day.
That same day, bro. Don't pass go. Don't collect £200. You're going to jail, fam.
Ain't no
But
200, fam.
I've seen y'all get burst, fam, and just start getting real creepy, fam. Just start feeling my nut, bro. Like, it's just like it's nothing. Just look man in their face and feel like, yeah,
Do you know
y'all
why,
are off.
Drizz? Do you know why, fam?
What?
Because it's nothing, fam. To us, it's a minor, fam.
Yeah,
Like, again,
yeah,
if a girl comes up to you in the club, yeah, single guy, you know what I'm saying? Doing your thing, having a little dance or whatever. She just come up to you and start grabbing your shit. And she even like semi-decent. The first thing you gonna think is like, yo, bitch, the fuck, why are you grabbing up my shit? And you're gonna be kind of like, oh, it's weird. But then you're gonna be like, oh, bitch, you grabbing up my shit. Oh, you kind
yeah.
of, all right, run it. Let's go. What you trying to do? What you trying to
Legit,
do, B?
legit. You see the fact that there's even such a term as like a setup girl, where it's literally girl that set man up by pretending they're gonna like do some shit with them and then they go somewhere and man then rob them. Like, the fact that that's a thing is because like dudes are just so like, okay, like, okay, like we're just so dumb, yeah. Like, all it takes is just one two pretty little thing who just be like, yeah, come back to mine in it, and man will be like, oh, okay, okay, because we stupid. Bro, have you ever heard of like a setup dude who just go around setting
Nah,
up
never
gals to
once.
get robbed by gal? Have you ever heard of
Never
that, fam?
once.
A nigga who just like links gal and pretends that he's gonna like mack them and that, and then she get
Nah,
there in a
never
bunch of like
once, fam. Because
lesbian
that
gal.
nigga
Like,
gonna finish the job, fam.
do you get what I mean? Like, it's
He
just
got time for, yeah, nah.
niggas are just so gullible, fam. Because man, bro. You see, the one thing that like women will never truly get, they'll exploit it, but they'll never truly understand it. Men love women, you know, fam. It's just a lot of
Yeah.
people, unfortunately, don't know how to love themselves, and so they're cruel to like people around them and shit. But just the physical being that we are, like we're hardwired to love y'all, fam. Like, do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
But the problem is that we hardwired to love all of y'all in it, and y'all is hardwired to love one of us, bro. Like and so when we get you, we love you, and we love you, fam. But we also want to love her too, and we also want to love her as well. And you know what I mean? Like, and it doesn't take away from our love for you, but we just hardwired different. They're hardwired to find somebody who is going to be able to support you. If you have kids, it's supposed to look after you, all that sort of shit in it, that primitive, like all that sort of shit. But like, yeah, it's different, fam, which is why man them are so gullible, bro, because to man them, they're like, yo, this is like, what, free cheeks, fam? Nigga, if a girl give me like free cheeks, bro, I'm like, bro, I'm not even saying this in like an arrogant way, fam, yeah. But do you know, like, bro, some of the girl that I have smashed, yeah. When I look back, I'm like, Jesus Christ, man! Like, nigga, what's wrong with you, bro? Like, why would you do that to yourself? I'm like, why would you, like, nigga, you love yourself more, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Like, nigga, you should have loved yourself, because sometimes, fam, it's like, yo, if this is free cheeks, I'm taking free cheeks, fam. Like, that's how man were wired to be. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, but she's a 3. It's like, yeah, but it's free cheeks. I was just gonna go to bed. Do you get what I mean? Like, I don't even really want to mac right now. Like, I don't even really want to like slash or nothing. But like, listen, if you find a £10 note in the street, you know, like,
You're not gonna be like, oh, somebody's gonna really enjoy picking that up.
do you get what I mean?
Nah,
It's like,
I think everybody got at least one of those under their belt, fam.
oh, bro, I have more than one, fam. Like, it's, I have to look back and just laugh at myself. Like, back in the uni times as well, bro. Like, yeah. Some of them, bro, it's just like, boy, you were just happy to get girl in it. You were just happy to get cheeks in it. Like,
It's like, hey, I remember, obviously, won't say names or nothing like that, you know what I'm saying? But I remember one time I was just minding my business. A girl, like, I don't know, there was a party happening or something like that. A girl came, up in my bed. So I'm just like, oh, alright then. Okay, cool. So we're sleeping and shit. Or like we laying there, I'm about to try and sleep and shit. And she's like, oh, it's really hot. Started taking her clothes off and shit. I'm like, oh, okay.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then a few minutes later again, it's too hot. Start taking off everything. So now she's Starker's in the bed in it. Starker's fam. So I'm like, okay. And then she starts like scooting up to me, like trying to hold on to me. And I'm like, alright, this is alright, okay. And then that was free pumps, fam. It was free. It just happened.
Bro, they have no game, fam. Did you hear the shit you just said, fam? She was in a bed with a quilt on saying it was too hot. Now, in real life, you would say, well, if you too hot, take the quilt off. This bitch was under the quilt saying she too hot and then just scooted over. They don't have no game, bro. Because bro, imagine if you went to a girl's yard and in the bed talking about you
that
hot.
same exact scenario. The girl walks in, she lay down and shit. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna try this. And then I'm laying there, I'm like, oh, it's really hot. Take my shirt off. Oh, it's getting really, really hot. Take my socks off. Oh man, this is ridiculous. This is unbearable. Take my trousers and my boxers off.
Back everything out and then scoot over. Bro, not only are you going to jail, fam. Not only you might get deported, my nigga. Like, they might be like, yo, nigga, you gotta go back to Zim, bro. Fuck, like, bro, like, you know what I mean? Like, bro, they ain't got no game, fam, because they don't need it, fam. Because in that moment, you didn't think to yourself, well, this is fucking really weird that this girl keeps saying she's hot, but she's getting closer to me. That don't make no fucking sense. You thought, rah, free cheeks, fam. If you find a £10 note on the ground, you're gonna pick it up for like. We just wired that.
In fact, that's happened twice, fam, in my life.
What's that? The scoop trip.
That same kind of scenario. There was another time when I lived in Liverpool, and like I
I
guess
forget that you lived in Liverpool, man.
yeah,
Fucking hell.
and like one of my housemates, the girls, there's two of them, so they had gone out or whatever. They invited me, but I was like, oh no, busy tomorrow or whatever. Like some session across the other side of town with some like fucking rap geezers or something. I can't come with you guys. Cool. They go out. It's like the morning now. She calling me. One of the girls calling me like, "Oh, I've lost my key. Ooh, can you let me in?" So I'm like, I bet I have to go all the way downstairs. So I'll do it downstairs. Boom, press the button, let her in. Boom, walking up the stairs and shit. She's like, "Oh, I had a great night." I'm like, "God, that's so dope." Oh, where did you go? Blah blah. All that bullshit.
Yeah.
And then she's like, "Oh yeah, no, blah, blah, blah. I'm just gonna go to bed now, have a shower." So I'm like, I bet. You know what I'm saying? Go to bed. Forgot to even like lock my door because I usually like walk in and then like lock it and then like hop in and
But you performed, you tired, you just get in.
you know what I mean? Boom. It's so I like hop back in the bed now. I'm in the bed and then I hear the door creaking. So I'm like, oh, what's going on? And this same girl, she came back and she was just like wrapped in a towel. So I'm like, huh, she must like not have something that she needs or something. So she just starts talking. So I'm like, what's happening there? And she starts telling me about how like she was beefing the other girl on the night out and shit. And she's like, oh, can I sit down on the bed? So I'm like, yeah, sit. The fuck yeah.
Of course you can. Of course
Sit.
you can.
Yeah, sit. Yeah, so she talked about this is like early in the morning, fam. I'm like, yeah, but you talking all that shit, man. I don't want to go to sleep, fam. And then she's like, oh, it's cold. Can I get in? So I'm like,
They have no game, bro. They have no game at all.
my nigga, listen, wait. We didn't even get to the best part, fam. We didn't even get to the best part, fam. She's like, oh, can I get in? So I'm like, oh, yeah, bet. She opened the duvet, unwrapped the towel, dropped it, and then proceeded to climb in the bed. And I was like,
Okay. Okay.
okay. And then, it took about like 2 seconds. And then it was just like, yeah,
Going.
like you say, just no game plan, just going in for the kill. And obviously, it's 5 a.m. or something like that. It's free. It's here. It just landed. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, yeah, but
Firm.
I could never do that to you, fam.
Not a
I'd have
day in
to
your
like,
life.
I'd have to talk to you. I gotta like do something. Do you know what I mean? I gotta like woo
Put in
and shit.
time, fam. Like,
Yeah, do you know what I mean?
because if I ever just because Will, imagine, bro, you go up to this girl's door in the hours in the morning in a fucking towel saying, "Yo, can I talk to you?
my lord, Jesus
Yo, can I?
Christ.
Do you mind if I just sit on the bed for a second?"
It's kind of cold. Can I get in real quick while I tell you all about the shit? And then I drop the towel on the ground. Blood. Yeah,
Bro,
fam.
nigga,
That's a long day for me.
they would put you in the jail in Harry Potter, fam. Do you get what I mean? They won't even put you in no
Man.
regular jail, bro. Like, they would put you in a whole different thing, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like, oh my god, fam. But nigga, I remember this one time where
But to be
fucking
fair though, in drunken states,
oh yeah,
I don't
listen, bro, I'm not mad at it, bro. Like, I just like to laugh at like, because bro, the thing is, like, the most beautiful of women, like the most beautiful of girls, bro, they ain't got no game, fam, because they've never needed because they beautiful, fam. And any man they talk to is on talking to them, fam. They've never had to try and
that's
figure out conversation, fam. They never had to be like, oh shit,
that's why
this guy's not into me.
the ones that got it are a danger to us all.
Bruh, bruh. Do you know what I mean? That's why you wigged out last week, innit? Because you see, when the girl that have the chat, bro, like when they have the chat game, it's
Oh,
a whole different team. It like
yeah,
it's a whole
cause
different.
yeah, do you know what? Yeah, you see, and yeah, them soft voices, fam.
bruh.
Again, got melty and shit. You know what I mean?
I remember one time, yeah. Like again, this is back in uni times, and this was, you know what I mean, when like I wasn't even like on the Gallus vibe at that point. But I remember this was like the second year, because obviously I was with you man like first year, and then like you man went drumming in it. So I was like was it like this Irish boy, and there was like one slide that he had in it, and I remember one day I was just chilling in my room, just fucking whatever. This nigga fucking sent me like a Snapchat video of him like popping this thing in it. And I'm like, all right, bro, like, do your thing in it. Like, I don't know why you said this to me, but whatever. And he, like, the next day he's talking to me about it. It's like, oh, yeah, da-da-da-da. It's like, bro,
Wait, who's
fam,
this?
it's a, I won't say homie name on the thing. I don't think you knew, man. He was like an Irish brother. Do you get what I mean? He was like an Irish brother. So, like, he's talking about himself.
I think he used to live in C Block.
We was in B block.
Yeah,
Again, that
he
was
used to live
second
in
year,
C
though.
Block. That guy.
I don't know.
Is that
I
the
don't know.
guy?
Like,
Or is that a different Irish guy?
his name was Craig, innit?
Nah, that's George. Nah, it's a different Irish guy.
But now, basically, he's talking about da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So he's like, yo, listen, bro, like, I'll tell her to come through tonight, innit? Like, da-da-da-da-da, if you... I'm like, nah, you ain't got to do that, fam. Like, it's cool, innit? He's like, bro, listen. He was like, listen, fam, don't worry, bro. And I'm there like, brother, like, you ain't got to bring it up yet. Like,
worry, bro.
like, it's cool, bro. Like, I'm not even... Thing like that, you get me? He's like, bro, listen. Like, he didn't say these exact words. Essentially, he was like, bro, listen, fam. It's free cheeks, bro. Just relax in it. Just spell the girl, fam. Like, don't worry, bro. So it's like, fucking whatever, fam. Brother, this girl come over here. And we in the fucking, like, you remember the Vicky Hall kitchens in it? And we in the kitchen and shit. And this is like the summertime. So, like, most people either gone backyard or whatever. But we still there. Do you get me? Brother, this girl come through, fam. Fucking... She's like got like couple drinks, whatever, and I'm still there on some like, brother, I'm not gonna try and like press this girl, fam. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't even know this girl, bro. I'm not gonna try and press her, fam. Bro, we playing fucking, and I say we. He's the whole time he's saying to me, brother, just chill, fam. It's free cheeks, bro. Just chill in it. Because more time, I keep saying to him, bro, I'm going to go to my room and I'm going to let you lot jam. And he's like, bruh, just chill in it,
fam.
So we're in the kitchen now. He goes, yo, all right, cool. Let's play strip poker in it. You're playing the thing. But the way he's doing it, yeah, he's just doing it where, like, she's stripping and she's, like, a little bit waved at this point. Do you get what I mean? So he's, like, fucking, he's doing this shit, but he's, like, nudging me at the same time, still, like, look at this, fam. You know what I mean? So he'll just, like, whatever the fuck card it is, he'll just be like, oh, shit, yo, nah, you got to strip in it, like, and, brother, by the end of the thing, yeah, the thing was basically, like, yo, if you lose this next hand, you gotta take my boy into his room, and you know what I mean. And I'm sat there like, wait, hold on,
Wait,
on.
what? Wait, hold on a second. Wait, what?
I'm thinking, bro, there's no way, fam, that this gal is gonna fuck. Cause anyway, bro, the girl loses the hand, fam, and it's like, all right, come on then. And I'm like, wait, I'm like, wait, what's happening? And he's giving me the look to say, nigga, this is what I was saying to you, dog. Like, this is what I've been trying to tell you, fam. Brother,
nigga, you better not fuck this up.
and brother, man went into the room and just lashed, bro. But it's just like, fam, like, there was nothing in this girl she didn't try to charm me or make me laugh or kind of be like, ooh, you know, I like your shirt, or, bro, it was just like, like, come on, fam, innit?
Yeah, she don't need you. She got the balls.
And you know what I did, bro? Like a fucking idiot, fam. You know what I did? I said, okay.
Hey, fam, I'll tell you what, yeah. I'll tell you what. There was this, again, Liverpool. Liverpool's a crazy place, fam.
What place?
Lot of mad things that happened to me, fam. I'll tell you one more, fam. It was Halloween, yeah. And we... Oh, not the Halloween one. The Halloween one's a mad thing, never mind. Yeah.
Oh my
But another time, that was another time. Nah, because the
Yo,
Halloween
off
one
the air,
will get
I
me
need
on
to
the
hear.
tangent.
Off
Yeah,
the
nah,
air, I
because
need
the
to hear that one.
Halloween one will get me on the tangent. There was like guns involved and shit. Like, I don't
Oh
want to
shit, then.
hear that. But then, like, yeah, there's this one time, yeah, I'm saying, one of my boys was like, you never even really go out like that and shit. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? I was just out with these guys. I'm like, yeah, we should go out tonight. So I'm like, I bet. We went to this place. We're having a great time, fam. These two blonde girls walk up to me here. They're looking at me like meat. So I'm like, yeah, I know what time it is. Instead
Okay.
of her just coming up to me and being like, hey, how you doing, or whatever, like normal shit. You know what she did? She took my hat, yeah, and flung it into the crowd, yeah. And then she looking at me all like smiling and expectantly, like I'm supposed to be like, bitch, that was so cute how you did that. What's your name? Like, no, fuck is you doing?
You just
That's
threw my hat.
right. In the same night, yeah. So we left that place. I was like, yeah, nah, like yeah. I'm gonna get kicked out of here, fam. Do you know what I mean? We should leave now. And then like we left, and as we walking down, yeah. So like there's four of us, and I'm like a little bit behind. I think I was like looking at my phone or something. These men are like like a couple 5 meters ahead of me or something. This girl like comes like up running behind me, clap, 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 clap. And she's like, hey. So I'm like, yeah, what's up? Is this game? I don't know. Maybe this is. But then again, it was just me being like, all right then. She like, you look nice. So I'm like, thanks. So you. And she's like, check it. She's like, come with me to this place. Let's get a drink. So I'm like, all right, bet.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we go to the place. We're having a drink. She like, I feel like dancing. So I'm like, this is a little bit weird. She a little demanding and shit. Like, I don't know if I like this. This is weird, fam. So we're dancing and shit, couple minutes, and she's like, we're going to my house now. So I'm like,
Oh, okay, okay.
all right, okay. Bro, this is like, within like an hour, fam. Not even an hour, maybe like half an hour, fam. Met this girl on the
This
street.
is a ritual, in it. Yeah, this is a ritual, fam.
Yeah, nah, I think maybe that's the game part, fam.
Yeah. Okay. No, she's at least
Just
trying to
acting
have.
like you ain't got it like that. But,
She's
do you know what I
trying
mean?
to have a game. Well, carry
Yeah.
on. Sorry, carry on, though.
But nah, it was just a mad experience, you know what I mean? Like that shit does not happen like that. And this girl was fucking bro, like fam, she was blood. Like the morning after I'm walking back, I was just shaking my head like Ross, fam. That's you, yeah? Nah, cause like fam, that girl was fam, she was nice, fam. And it was just an odd experience, you know what I mean? She was just like, yeah,
Brother.
I pick you.
And now we're gonna do
Okay.
this little thing that we're gonna do, and then yeah, man. Girls are funny, bro. Girls are funny, man.
Yeah.
Like the
Funny how
maddest.
we be like, they ain't got no game, but that shit work every time, fam.
No, they've got game. They just don't have no chat. That's what it is, bro. They ain't got the chat.
Ah,
They've got game, but their game is through coercion. Do you get what I mean? Because you know what I mean. They put on their nice little tight team, make sure this is showing and that is showing, and
you know what I
when
mean?
they talking to you, they tilt their head and they touching your
You know
arm.
what I'm saying?
They got
All that.
game. They just don't have no chat, fam. Like they can't come and lyrics you up, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like, like you remember the time where you had to
It
go
could
to
be
girl and
argued
like
that
chat to them in the
it could
street,
be.
innit? Like a time where like you had to literally go and like a girl who maybe don't want to talk to you, and you have to try and find a way to not only get her to want to talk to you, but get her to be engaged and like really fucking with it. Like that shit ain't easy, bro. You know what I mean?
Nah, that
like,
it's very difficult. Girls don't get it, fam.
nah, bro.
Do you know what I mean? I don't think they'll ever understand what it actually takes, fam. Do you know what I mean? And how like you gotta like keep that shit in control, fam. Do you know what I mean? Can't just be out here all loose and shit.
And you see the wickeder thing about some girl, yeah, is like an experience that I found anyway. Obviously, like I'm in a relationship and shit, and I've been with for a minute, and that, and like black men don't cheat and that. Do you get what I mean? Big up the gang, you know what I mean? But fucking what, bro? You know the maddest thing a girl can do, yeah, is send you an unsolicited nude picture, fam. Like, do you know how mad that is to just be like, I'm just gonna, bro? Because again, I think like, rah, if I do that, I would go to jail, bro. Like, if I just send you a pipe picture, fam, like, I'm gonna get a knock on the door, bro. Like, it's just the freedom that they have to fucking like abuse us and shit, fam. It's just wild, bro. Like,
shit is crazy, dog. I mean,
fam, I remember this one time again, like back in the day. This is a quick one, innit? Like, quick one. But again, chilling with the girl, whatever, watching TV, boom, boom. And like, obviously we've been, you know what I mean, talking a little while, whatever. Like, not a long time, just a little time. Bro, the girl basically like gets up to like change the TV or like do something to the TV. But what she essentially does is like she bends over in it. And obviously like her shirt comes up and like you can see all of her stuff in it. But she's done it on purpose though, and it's not like an accident. And it's just like blood raw. Fucking imagine, bro. If I was chilling with a shorty fam, and just got up and went to the TV and just bent over to do something, and all my ball sack and hammer was just dangling, bro, in the air, bro, I'm going to jail, fam. But this is the freedom they have to just abuse us, fam, because we love them, bro. Because we love them, fam. That they, it's just like, yo, they can just go, yo, here it is, bro. Like, here it is, isn't it? Like, and then we go, oh, okay. Oh, fucking hell. Fucking hell. Ladies, we love you, man. We love y'all. Ladies, use your powers for good as well. Women have powers, yeah. Like, all women have. You see this thing they call woman's intuition, fam? It's a very real thing, you know, bro. It's a very, very, very real thing, fam. Let me reassure everybody here that woman intuition shit is very true. But you know what the problem is? Women always use their woman's intuition to try and find a way where, like, you got a secret bitch somewhere. Like, like they only use their powers for evil, fam. And fam, I joke with my girls sometimes. Yeah, I joke with my girls. Yo, like, why don't you use your intuition to get some of these lottery numbers, fam? Like, what are we doing here, fam? Like, don't be looking at my phone. Black men don't cheat, fam. Like, I ain't got nothing for you, sweetheart. Do you know what I mean? Like, we need to put this power to good use, fam. We need to monetize this shit. Oh man, ladies, use your powers for good, man. Use your powers for good, ladies.
You should just get a bunch of lottery tickets, fam. Just play them to them.
And intuition, the fuck out of that, bro.
Every time that intuition kick in, just be like, oh, hold on, quick, before you go off, can you just write whatever numbers you think of real quick? Just, we might get rich. Go ahead.
Bruh. But they want to be all in your shit, asking you who this and who that. Girls are great, fam. It's like, bitch, like I don't know this girl. What do you mean, fam? Like, I don't know who this is, bro. Like, I asked this girl to send this to me. I don't know this girl. Oh man.
Yeah.
But nah, we love them though. We love them all the while. My brother, I'll be honest with you, yeah. I didn't already have like that many topics for you today, you know, fam. But nah, this has been fun, fam. This is
Oh, yo, one more, and then we'll leave it at that. Do you see the thing about the baby moms that dash the Mackies? Because So basically, preface. This lady has 3 kids already, and then she had a kid with this guy. So basically, he's the father of 1 kid. He come round with 1 McDonald's for his 1 kid, right? Which that's sketchy. Anyways, do you know what I mean? That's a bit peak, because what the other one's gonna do, especially the details. But anyways, she going off at him. She grabbed the thing. She dashed on the ground. She like, hey, everybody having McDonald's. If only one having McDonald's. She dashed on the ground from. She going off, and she even did like a little follow up video being like, oh, people are demonizing me, saying I'm this and that. But yeah, nah, I stand on what I say. He should, if he gonna like look after one, he should look after them all. Don't know if I agree. I agree that it's sketchy that he only brought one, and like, you know, like the thing of it is like, it's not like it's just like some guy that she mashed, and then like they had a baby, and it was like, oh shit, what now? It was like they kind of dated, so he knew them kids, and it's kind of fucked up in a way. But then at the same time, it's like, man, if you go and put that geezer through all that shit, and you know what I mean, make him only like be able to see his you like through the window and pass him with Mackies.
You see,
kind of
because I don't even know like this story, but I'm going to go off what you've said in it. You see, the problem with human beings, is like there's always a lack of honesty and accountability in a lot of ways. Now, on some real G shit, if he met this girl, she's got kids, they have a youth, and his thing is like, yo, I'm gonna tell you the truth, like I'm only gonna look after my youth. Do you get what I mean? Like them, no disrespect to your kids and nothing, but that's not my responsibility. Do you get what I mean? We're at this point in our shit, like we've got a kid. That's if man came at it like that and he was on it like that, then whether you think it's right or wrong, he's at least stated the point where he's at. What's probably happened is he's come in trying to get with the mums and that, so he's all friendly with the kids and yeah. And before you know it, he fell into the cooch. They had a youth, and now all this thing is going on. You don't even really fuck with the youth's life.
They dated for time, fam. They dated for a minute. Because the kid is like, it's not like a baby. It's like Mackie's eating age.
So even with that, again, it's like,
but then like it's like they broke up, and it obviously from the sounds of it, and now she spoke about it, and how they interacted, it was not good.
Right. So again, if he's come at it on some weird like spiteful thing, like, oh, we've broken up on bad terms, so fuck the rest of your kids, like that's weak. That's some weak shit. Yeah, now that's weak, bro. And like that's what I'm saying. It's obviously these things are contextual in it, but if he did that essentially out of spite, as if to say fuck your kids because we broke up, then that's just a weak nigga mentally in it. Like that's fucked up. That's a fucked up thing to do. But again, like I said, in the same thing, if his thing was like, this is what I'm on, like da, and then she wigged out.
These other 3 kids got 3 other dads as well.
No, exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. If he's just like, yo, like, listen, I didn't have those other kids with you in it. Like, me and you, obviously, we split up for whatever our reasons is. So my responsibility is my youth. That's what I'm going to be on. Like, if he came at it like that and was like, yo, that's what it is for me. Like, we not together. They're not my responsibility. It's not fuck your kids, but they have their own dad. Do you get what I mean? Like, my responsibility is my kid. If I'm going to get a McDonald's, I'm going to get my youth a McDonald's. Like, I'm sorry, but that's how I'm on it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but at least that would give someone a position to know where shit stands. Do you know what I mean?
I don't, from their interaction, I don't even think they can ever talk like that.
Okay.
I don't think they're in a space where they can talk like that to each other.
So then why did he drop McDonald's at her yard then? If it's a mad thing like that, then surely...
because obviously, like, you gotta see your kid, fam. You might be beating the baby,
that's what I'm saying.
but you gotta see your kid.
Like, that's what I'm saying though. Like, with something like that, there's visitation shit you can do. It's like, all right, these two people can't agree, they can't be in a room together or whatever. Cool. When it's his turn to see his you or whatever the fuck, like, take it to his mum's yard, or he'll collect it from your sister. Not it, but the child from your sister. Like, there are arrangements that you can make where it's like, all right, you all don't fuck with each other, but the kid don't have to suffer because of that. Do you get what I mean? But I'm saying, like, if he rolled up to the yard on some fuck your youth, here's my kid's McDonald's spiteful thing, that's weak. But if he rolled up to the yard on some like, yo, like, this is what I said I was on sort of shit, then I'm not mad at it. It's just when you don't know the details, obviously, it's hard to think in it. But nah, like, I even understand her saying, if you're gonna look after one, look after all. But there then has to be a level of accountability to say, yeah, but he didn't have these kids. Like, those kids aren't his responsibility to look after ultimately. Like, just because you bust it open, like, that's not his fault. No disrespect, like, you bust your shit open, fam. Like, you let man nut all in you, fam, multiple times. Like, you're on that, and you know what happens when that happens. But when that happens, you have to be accountable that these are now your kids. If you smash a nigga that is gonna nut in you and not be a good father, fam, you have to be accountable that you let him nut in you. Do you get what I mean? Like, you let that happen. And now, if these other kids have deadbeat dads and shit, like, it's not the kid's fault. It's a shit situation to be in. But that's what it is. Because again, it'll be an equivalent thing of, like, say you get a girl, but you've got like kids from previous relationships and shit that you're like the main carer for, or whatever. And then you and this girl have a kid, and then y'all break up, and then she's on some like, nah, like, I don't care about your other kid shit. It's like, it's a fucked up thing to do, but you ultimately understand that at the same time, those other kids aren't her responsibility. Ultimately, if she wants to be a fucked up person, she can be, as long as she's not harming the child we have together. If she's saying, I don't want no contact with your other youths, it might not be nice, but you have to accept that as her right in it. Like, if she don't want to see it, like, she not have the kids with you. Do you get what I mean? As long as she's not harming the youth that you all had, that's your only responsibility. And like, in that sense, I'm not mad at that. Do you get what I mean? So it's just,
but you know, I mean, I guess a situation like that is tricky anyways. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, it's gonna hurt not only the kid, because obviously then that relationship, that kid with that dad's relationship, they're not gonna, like, it's gonna be strained. Do you know what I mean? But it's like,
Yeah.
you guys could just talk and, like, you know what I mean? Be
Nah, legit. Well,
not beefing.
prayers to
Yeah,
everyone
all of them
involved.
to protect one. Do you know what I mean? It's like, no, you can't have my baby. I'll cut all my babies up so that you can't have my baby.
Yeah.
Not making sense, dog.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. It's like,
Because
okay,
you know the illest thing is, if she taught them babies to share, that kid would have took that Mackies and been like, oh shit, yo, guys, just got McDonald's. And then they'll break it up amongst themselves, they'll share out the fries, they'll sip the juice, because kids do that, fam.
Yeah, no, they do. When you teach kids that, like, they'll just do that, and they're happy to do that. Like, they enjoy the food more when they're sharing it. Do you know what I mean? Like, and who's to say the kid wouldn't have done that?
That's
Do you
what
know
I
what I
mean.
mean? Like, who's to say that wouldn't even have happened? Like, yeah, yes.
Didn't
But
even
again,
give him a
unfortunately,
chance.
yeah, what happens a lot of times is when people have kids that they're potentially not in the best state of self to, govern and teach a new person. What happens a lot is they kind of, the frustration of maybe not being in the situation they want to be, the behaviors usually affect the kids more so in it. Like, that's the unfortunate thing. So these two parents will beef and will do spiteful things to spite each other, when really it's like the kid that will suffer, because now the kid just has a memory of the mum taking the McDonald's and throwing it on the floor and shouting at the dad. Like, whatever the fuck it's about, it doesn't matter. That's now the memory for the kid. It's not a happy memory. Do you know what I mean? And it's just like,
No.
she'll do her videos and say like, well, this is why I did this and this is why I feel like, and she can feel justified. Like, it's cool, innit? But you have to just ask yourself, like, at what cost? Like, was you getting your shit off worth giving your kid that bad memory? If you feel it was worth it, I can't tell you it wasn't. It's just, in a lot of this shit, a lot of the times, like, the things that we feel, I guess, justified and whatever in doing, and, you know, we lash out at people and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, like, you might even have had a point, but was this the way to go about it? Was your point so important that it was worth doing this damage to get it off? Do you get what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of even back to the point I was speaking to you about, like, last week, when I was just asking you about, like, you know, my approach to people and stuff like that. It's like, I think, again, that was kind of a thing I was trying to sort of explain, like, what I would love to say, to, you know, to some of these people that I've had these kind of interactions with. It's like, rah, like, whatever may have been triggered and stuff like that, it's like, was you getting your shit off worth doing the damage that it did? Like, was that worth it? Do you get what I mean? Because, again, when I try to approach things, I try to approach them with tact in it, and it's like, rah, you were willing to just blow the shit up because you felt away in a moment. And it's like, you have the right to feel away, and I guess you have the right to react however you want. It's just, rah, like, was it really worth it? Do you know what I mean? So it's the same thing like with the parents, man. It's just, she can do 10,000 videos. She can do a video every day until the cows come home from. Like, it's just, is it worth it? Like, you've got an actual kid that's there experiencing it from their perspective. And I tell you, dog, as like a kid that grew up with like a single mum and shit that saw my dad sometimes or whatever, like, they never really like argued or anything like that in front of me, which I was grateful for. But like, when you're a kid, from the kid perspective, like, you don't take into consideration all of the adult reasons. It's like, say, fucking, your dad says he's going to come and take you out for the day, and you there excited, waiting, and then your dad don't come. He may have a real genuine reason why he wasn't able to sing. It could be very valid, but as the kid, your experience is just like, rah, I was waiting for my dad and he didn't show up. Like, that was the experience that you had. Do you get what I mean? And it's just the same thing, man. It's just with a lot of this shit, dog. Sometimes people have to just look at this stuff and it's like, you know what? Like, it don't even matter, fam. Like, you know what? You brought the McDonald's for the one kid. Cool. Just, if that's the spiteful shit that you're on, cool. Just get the fuck out the house, innit? When you go, I'm gonna say to my son, like, you know what? You've got your brothers and sisters in here. Like, it'll be good if you guys just like share it and stuff. Like, you have the power to dictate that if that's what you want to dictate. But when people just want to get their shit off and post videos and shit online, and it's a different time we in, isn't it? Different time we in. So
it's funny because she posted it trying to be all like, oh wow, look at how this man is being so unreasonable, and everyone's like, yeah, no, but you are also being unreasonable. Can't you see? She's like, it's just, yeah, it's the whole noise thing. You know what I mean? The noise is probably what most of the time makes people make not good decisions.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
Nah, legit, man. And I think, like you said, it's important to just try and not necessarily just get away from the noise, but like you said, like, just understand the noise isn't real. Like, it's not real. Do you know what I mean? So, but nah, that was funny though.
Try to
That
bend
was
the
funny.
spoon with your mind. Realize there is no spoon.
It's so creepy that you just said that, because I actually used that sample on like a track I recently recorded. Like, when I say recently, I mean like maybe 3 days ago. It's so creepy that you just said that.
That's a bit chilling.
I literally used
the whole rest of the house is dark. I wish you didn't say that, fam. That's chilling.
that exact sample from the Matrix, bro. Like, that exact bit of the
yeah.
Ah, God. See, kindred spirits, fam. You know what I mean? That's all it is, bro.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that shit every day, fam.
It's true though. It's true though. The only way
Nah,
to
but yeah,
bend it
you're right.
like this,
That,
fam. Yeah.
the spirits that they be in commune. Them times when you're like, I should just call. I should just call. Yeah, you've already been talking for ages.
Nah, for real. For real, for real, for real. Oh man.
I know.
Nah,
Yeah, that was the last thing I think.
nah,
Yeah.
that's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
And the
Yeah,
fact
man.
that there hasn't been reports of a rapper shot dead this week. That's good.
Yeah, for real.
That's
For
good.
real, man. Like,
Well done,
yeah,
hip hop. We can do this. One more week. Almost on the road to recovery, guys. We got this. We don't gotta do all that shit.
word, man.
It only
Word.
weakens us all as a collective. Weakens the tools that we have to fight against the system.
Nah, for
You know what I
real.
mean?
Nah, for real, man. For real. Oh, broski. Yeah, man. We can final thoughts and then we can wrap this one up, broski. Would you like to go
Yeah.
first? Or you like me to go first?
Oh, you go ahead. I think I went
Uh,
first last time.
okay, that's cool. We'll just alternate each week. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Alright, man. I'm gonna try and keep this brief. I'm not gonna try and turn this into a whole new thing. But nah, just out of like all of the conversations we had today, it kind of stems around like a similar theme we've had on the podcast recently of just understanding that all of this thing that we in, like the noise as Will described it, it's not just a matter of get away from the noise. It's understanding that it's just noise and that's all it is. Do you know what I mean?
Not
And
even
once you
real.
can, it's not even real. It's just a thing. Do you get what I mean? And like once you can kind of grasp your mind around that, it doesn't make everything hunky dory. It doesn't mean oh snap, all of my problems have gone away type of thing. It gives you a realization and a perspective of the things that you would once upon a time call a problem. You realize aren't really problems. You know what I mean? And it's important to just always try and be grateful, not just for your own life and just the fact that you have so much faith in the unknown that you lay on your bed every night or lay your head down every night and close your eyes and then go unconscious and trust that you'll wake up the next day and then you do. Do you get what I mean? It's like just understanding that there's so much about you, about me, about us. There's so much about us that is so amazing, fam. Like, if you just think about the human body and the fact that it does all of the things it does without you even knowing that you're thinking about it, but you are. Like your brain is telling your lungs to move and telling your heart to move and telling all your receptors to be on standby for anything that happens. So if you stub your toe, a signal gets sent flipping the little toe, your little toe on your foot, yeah. If we didn't have our little toes, we couldn't stand upright. The little toe, fam, the one that usually has the little shitty nail on it,
Yeah,
and
that one. Yeah, that one.
the little one. If we didn't have them, bro, we couldn't stand upright. You know what I mean? There's so much about us that's so spectacular and so amazing. There's so much about the world around us that's so amazing. Like, imagine if you had to try to describe water to somebody that had never seen or felt or had any experience with water. How would you describe what water is to somebody? Do you get what I mean? It's like
You
there's
can't,
so
fam. It's
you
like how do
can't
you describe a face?
like how could you describe that to someone that's never seen it or interacted with it? But once you've seen it and interacted with it, you understand that it is the substance that it is. Like now, if anyone ever says water to you, you know what that means to a degree, and it's just again to just understand. I think Will said it earlier as well. Even in like these concrete cities and all this sort of stuff, there's still so much beauty in the world to see. There's still so much symmetry of nature. Like again, the wasps build their nests, and the bees build their nests, and the birds build their nests, and otters build dams, and we build this stuff, and it's like there's still so much beauty in the world, and I think it's important for people to not just begin to try and look for the beauty in the world, but look for the beauty in yourself, man. Say good things about yourself, like speak good shit over yourself. Like the more you do that, like you open yourself up to love more. You open yourself up to more. Like you can go outside and just feel the wind and just fucking have an amazing experience just feeling the wind. Like I know this all sounds super hippy dippy and all that sort of stuff, but it's true, man. Like inner love, it shines outward. Do you get what I mean? And once you can begin to look internally and begin to love yourself, flaws and all, warts and all, like all of that, begin to love yourself and say and speak good things and good mantras and affirmations of yourself, you'll begin to see the world around you react in kind. You know what I mean? So everyone stay safe, everyone stay dangerous. Again, obviously, Will's going to go, but thank you to everyone that tuned in this week. You know what I mean? We appreciate y'all. Big up Ultra Melanin again. I see you. You know what I mean? You've been locked in and I appreciate you. Again, we say to anybody that like uses YouTube or anything like that, you can see the thing at the top of the thing there. Just go on the YouTube page, make sure you subscribe to that. We're going to be uploading the episodes up there, the weekly episodes, and that you can follow the Twitter and Instagram and all them sort of social things there. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, just big up to my guy Will as well for taking the time out to speak and to think. It's our special guest clearly didn't wake up, but big up our special guest as well. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, nah, he's still right now, fam.
Very special guest indeed, bro. You know what I mean? But again, everything works the way it's supposed to with it. Maybe you weren't supposed to be on this one, man. You know what I mean? But nah, just big up everybody, man. And yeah, man, love, blessings, prosperity, all of that. And I'm gonna hand over to my guy Will.
Well, guys, we come to that time of the show again, and like I always say every week, all that outside stuff. I never say it like this, but I'm gonna say it like this week. All that outside stuff. It's noise. This is no time. I need to do this. I need to be here. Oh, I'm so late. Oh gosh, it's so late. I need to. You're killing yourself. Just stop for a minute. All that shit doesn't matter. How are you right now, fam? How do you feel right now, fam? If you're not good, what's gonna make you feel good right now, fam? Do that, fam. If it's gonna hurt you, like let's say if it's something like, I'm gonna drink because it makes me feel good. Okay, man, it might make you feel good right now, but why are you doing that? Because there you're gonna be hurt. You're killing yourself. Be more kind. Say more kind things, and I'll bet you all that shit. You'll start to chill out and be like, maybe I shouldn't drink as much as I do, or maybe I shouldn't smoke as much as I do. Maybe I should exercise more. Maybe I should eat healthier. Or all those little changes that you start to make. And then all of a sudden, you're prosperous. And you're healthy. And you're wealthy. And you live. But that's never gonna happen if you beating up on yourself, not letting yourself be. Just, yeah, love yourself. Be kind to yourself. In turn, you'll love others and be kind to others. You know what I'm saying? Be peaceful. And yeah, stay blessed. We'll catch you all next week. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to our listeners and a big, big, big shout out to my co-host. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, fucking shout out to you, later listener, who might be catching this.
Yeah.
See you next week.
Love that. Love that. Listen, this has been episode 64 of the OnlyMans podcast. Will, thank you so much. People, them, thank y'all. Love y'all. And we out. And we out. My brother, peace.
Peace, peace.